àwárí lò. Ok, ó ti jáde. Ó máa ṣe ẹ̀bẹ̀ ẹ wo iye tí ẹbí tẹ bá fẹ́.
Sẹ́mọ̀ yìí pé mo ní wàá dáná àjọ aya 6,000 lọ́rùn. Sẹ́mọ̀ pé owó tí mo fẹ́ fi ṣe ilé mi sẹ́mọ̀ pé ní mo dàpọ̀ mówó ọjà wá àwọn pọ̀.
Ẹ fọgbọ́n ṣe náà.
Èsì tí òtún ní máa kún padà. Bàtà tí òtún ní máa kún padà.
Àti ẹ̀gbọ́dọ̀ kíní tí mo ti ẹ̀ ní bóyá tí n bá ṣe fẹ́ kí n padà gbé ó ní wọ́n gba 15,000 wọ́n fẹ́ bá ń ṣe change of title tí wọ́n lè gbé fẹ́ni tí ó ṣe plan òun náà ló sì lè ṣe plan.
Ló bá wa pé
change o.
Bí wàá 5 lówó ẹ̀sìn ni wọ́n àwọn pọ̀ ẹ̀yà mi.
Mo mọ̀ mi sọ pé yẹn àní kí n sọ fún pé kó lè ṣe náà ni mò ń sọ bí mo wá ní owó ní ìjà ṣe ni ṣé mo ní change yín ò sí lọ́wọ́ mi wà lọ́wọ́ èlò ló wá kù gan-an 185 mo dẹ̀ fún yín 104 omi kò kù 81,000 àbí mi sọ mi ìjiyàn ibi ìlò yẹ ká wà láàbùdá níbi tí ní sọ́ọ̀lì wọn wọ́n ṣe ń wọlé sí ọ̀rọ̀ wọ́n ń ṣe road work ibi náà gbé fẹ́ ṣe ṣùgbọ́n àwa náà máa bá wọn wò láti bí àwa náà bá wọn ṣe lọ́nà ara tí kòrò dá lẹ́nu kòrò ní tí a máa ṣe borí lé pé kì í ṣe dandan kọ́ lọ ṣe ìwọ náà máa wò bẹ́ẹ̀ kó wà ń bẹ̀. ẹ bá dẹ̀ ti join wọ́n mọ̀ pé náà join èmi pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ náà lè ṣe a kàn ṣẹ̀tẹ̀ ọ́ àbájọ máa sọ̀rọ̀ kí ẹ ṣe ọ̀rọ̀ oní fídíò ọ̀tọ̀ ẹ lè ṣe fídíò náà tẹ́ máa sọ ọ̀tọ̀ yẹn lè ṣe zoom meet èyàn ṣẹ̀tẹ̀ ọ́ bá a ṣe ṣe fún bàbá oní òye lè ẹ̀rù ń bà kó fẹ́ wá gbọ́ ọ̀rà so bàbá tó wá láti US mo fi ní ó fẹ́ ṣe lẹ́jọ̀ kan lábẹ́kúta kò fẹ́ wá sọ́dọ̀ wa pé wá ṣe zoom àpè àwọn bíi 6 tó kàn wọ́n wá sọ́fíìsì ẹ̀dẹ̀ sẹ́tẹ̀ ọ́. lẹ́yìn nìyẹn àti kọ́ṣe yẹn kọjá ó tó kan program tàbẹ́kúta lẹ́yìn yẹn tá a wá ṣe zoom tà lọ́wọ́ á lòun ó wà ó sì wà wá ẹ̀rù ń bà tẹ́lẹ̀ kí wọ́n mọ̀ kidnap ẹ̀ lórí US ló wà ẹ̀rù ń bà gidi ó wá ìgbà tó wà nǹkan ló tún wá fún mi ní commitment pé kí n fi lọ torí Sunday ò wá sábẹ́kúta zoom ló fi join wọn zoom lèmi náà ò bá fi join. bàbá tá a dẹ̀ ní kó pè wá pé bóyá a lè jọ lọ kò tí ẹ pè tí ì kọjá sọ́hùn nísìn bàbá ọ̀tà kò pè tí ì kọjá èmi àtàbúrò ẹ̀ lájọ sọ̀rọ̀ so èmi ní màá wá open ọ̀rọ̀ pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ ebi tí ń sọ fún mi pé kọ́mọ yẹn ó send owó sóhun ló bá fẹ́ kóhun wá bẹ́ẹ̀. ó láwọn ẹgbẹ́ wọn máa ń send owó sí bàbá wọn. tó wínú bí la sọ fábùrọ ó tẹ̀ ló máa tó ìdánilá lọ́la ìyá Abíọ́lá ló pè tó kàn wá lọ́la. Bàbá mi tó sẹ́ǹdì tó ní ibi ọmọ rẹ̀ tó bímọ. Níta ẹ̀ pé mo rí owó tí wọ́n máa fẹ́ ní ìnáwó tí wọ́n ò ṣáàjẹ̀ lọ́sítítù. Ní tọ́mọ rẹ̀ sọ fún ọ wá fọwọ́ dẹ̀ sí. Ìlú ọ̀dọ̀ ti jẹ́ pé mi ò rí. Ìlú ọ̀dọ̀ ti jẹ́ pé mi ò rí. Ní àṣìṣe pé mi ò rí. Èyí tí wọ́n dàgbé sèṣì lọ́wọ́ àti ìlú. Wọ́n lè kẹ́rù pé ó kàn bẹ́ẹ̀ bí kan. Ọmọ rẹ̀ ló tẹ́ǹdì ẹ̀sìn wá fọwọ́ dẹ̀ fún mi. Lẹ́yìn bí ọjọ́ mẹ́ta tá a ti fi pé ìyàwó tí ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn ìdíkọ̀ ara ọmọ tó wà ní ìdíkọ̀
Everything you say or do.
Bàbá mi ọmọ sẹ́ǹdì ẹ̀ sí bàbá ẹ̀ ló wá sẹ́ǹdì ẹ̀ tó mi 300,000 mi tiẹ̀ ti bẹ́ẹ̀ pé mo rí ó ní message from my son please o mi tiẹ̀ pé mo rí. Ó ń kálukú náà ṣé kò tó gbọ́. Àwọn ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ lára kankan náà. Ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ rárá. Níjò láti Òṣogbo dé. Òṣogbo tá a lọ yẹn, téèyàn bá sí ròhun tó ná mi. Mo gba yàrá méjì 7,000. That's 14,000. Ká má wàá sọ nǹkan mi. Ká má wàá tó sọ owó tí mo ná. Ìlàgbára ẹ̀ ní ọ̀rọ̀ aṣọ ẹ̀ wọ́n máa rò pé nǹkan wà ní. Ẹ̀wù Dọlápọ̀ tó wá sí lánàá kò tí ì ṣe transcript kò tẹ̀ sí mẹ́ta. Ìlú sọ wípé ìṣẹ́yìn tó 20,000 kìíní kan. Ó yẹ náà sanwó ó fẹ́ gba transcript yẹn tó ń wá àdìsán yìí. Jíde ń ṣe ti ẹ̀rọ lẹ́kọ̀ọ́. Díkì náà fẹ́ ṣe ní ìjìnlẹ̀ ìjọba. Òun náà tẹ̀lé òun máa dé bóyá weekend yìí dé bóyá Monday sí ní àná. Torí Friday tí ń bọ̀ ní graduation Saturday yìí ti bọ́ta. Graduation. Ó ṣe ìgbà sí bíṣọ̀ tó ti bá lọ tí ń bá lọ lọrin ní Friday orí ìpínlẹ̀ lọ pẹ̀lú Saturday. Ètò bá ti ń yẹ ààyè ni. Ó ṣe PhD. Ìyẹn náà ní lójú ti rọ́ọ̀kì.
Irú ìpínlẹ̀ àbẹ́bí méjì wọn lórí ìtọ́lọ́ náà. Méjì èsì ń bọ̀ ní ìtòsíjọ́ ni ní ti ọkọ̀ ta. Nígbà bá tẹ̀ máa ń kọ́ ni ẹ̀ travel Friday, ẹ̀ travel Saturday, ẹ̀ travel Sunday. Àbẹ́ òkè ti Sunday fi ọ̀dọ́ brọ́dà mi tẹ̀ bá nílò ìdúró.
Àbí tí ìgbà nílò
ìdúró.
Tó à ní lọ pẹ̀.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday ọjọ́ mẹ́ta.
Òun náà mo sọ mi ní àní lọ pẹ̀.
Humphrey, Where's the recorder?
ọkùnrin tó yá owó lọ ní iṣẹ́ lónìí.
Ìṣẹ̀fẹ̀ pé máa pè ní. Nígbà léyà ni. Ìgbà léyà ni. Nìkan màá tó kí kan rẹ̀ ní ìsìn council member náà. Ẹ tí wọ́n pa wọ́n wá. Màá fi hàn ní ìsìn. Wèrè wà lára àwọn ìgbà méjì kàṣù ayé bí kò fi ṣe fún
ó ní 50,000 àbí 15 kọ́kọ́ yìí.
What okay?
Mo ti rí tókè náà ó ní
depend on hydrology of the farm, the soil, the geology, and the climate. On this farm,
kindly assist me
around the
financially.
soil.
I
The
need your
salt's been
urgent
concentrated in the
assistance.
low
In
areas of
fact,
the farm,
I beg
and it's
you as
affecting
a matter of
vegetation
urgency.
and the water quality. We're seeing that the water is very clear in the creeks in this area. And we're also seeing that vegetation is being affected. The salt's slowing the vegetation growing, making it hard for that vegetation to access the fresh water available in the soil. And this soil is a very important feature. The landscape is concentrating the salt at the low points, which are being blocked by shape of catchment being a valley constriction. Salinity is a symptom of a change in the water balance. Next, we'll talk about acidicity, which is a different
I've been working on salt in the central west of New South Wales on soil. As you heard earlier, salt salinity affects vegetation and water quality. However, salt acidicity affects soil behaviour. Soil which has a high sodium level. This makes the soil unstable when it's wet, which causes the soil structure to break down and the soil to disperse. Acidicity causes landscape issues such as erosion, as you can see here, and restricted water movement. But before, our acidic soils are unstable.
Okay, that's all.
Yes, send the message.
I send the message.
Shows how the soil has flowed away from the roots and left the roots behind.
Financially down.
The second one shows how the soil on this is flowed because it's unstable and formed a whirling appearance. The last one, you can see the great big lump of soil which has fallen down from up there because it's been undercut by the instability of the floating soil. These diagrams show how salinity impacts on soils. There is some complex chemistry involved here. The important thing is that when soils are wet, the sodium ions attract water molecules which push the clay sheets apart, causing dispersion. We can see how these soils collapse and disperse with time lapse in the laboratory. The dispersed clays clog the pores of the soil, making it very hard and dense, especially when it is dry. There's not enough space for water, air, and roots. It's a very difficult environment for the plants to grow in. One of the consequences of acidic clays being unstable to wetting is that when there's water moving through the acidic subsoils, they will move the dispersed clay through the soil and form tunnels. There's an example of one of the tunnels behind us here. The problem with these tunnels is that they will keep the gully active whenever there is water moving through the subsoil. In the tablelands, where we are today, acidicity is usually a problem in the subsoil. And so mainly occur in the lower slopes and the valley bottoms. The main problem you get with acidic subsoil is gully erosion. As you can see here, the other problem you get is failed dams. On the inland plains, such as in the lower Macquarie, acidicity affects the surface soils. This makes it difficult to grow the pastures and crops. Typical problems include surface ponding, surface sealing, and poor germination. Understanding the difference between acidicity and salinity is vital in managing the areas affected by these problems. Just remember, salinity is about free salt, which affects vegetation and water quality. Salinity is about sodium bound to the clays, which causes dispersion and erosion.
ẹ wá ń bí ẹ wá sọ ń tẹ́ lọ sí lọ́hùn àní ẹ wá ń bí ọ̀tọ̀ ní tí mo ní ká ẹ lọ ṣe ẹ mọ̀ tẹ́ ẹ lọ sọ ń pẹ́ lọ sọ lọ́hùn ẹ ṣe é gbà mọ́ràn ẹ mọ̀ tẹ́ ẹ lọ sọ ń gbẹ̀ débẹ̀. alẹ́ ẹ̀ lé ẹ̀yin lẹ fà á ẹ̀yin lẹ tó kò bọ́ra yín lọ́rùn ẹ sì gbọ́dọ̀ mọ́gbọ́n tẹ́ẹ̀kì dà sí i ní tí mo ní ká ẹ lọ ṣe kọ́ lẹ lọ ṣe ní tí mo ní ká ẹ lọ ṣe ni pé ká ẹ débẹ̀ kẹ ẹ wò ó bí òní ẹ lọ dọ̀rọ̀ lẹ̀ fún kẹ ẹ débẹ̀ kẹ ẹ wà aṣọ pé ó ń dáná kẹ ẹ dẹ̀ lè mú lọ́wọ́ pé ó lọ ń ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀.
In terms of electrical conductivity, your soil pH is supposed to be less than 8.5. Your sodium adsorption ratio is supposed to be less than 13, and your soil physical condition is still considered normal. So does that really help me figure it out as an agronomist? Not much. What I'm looking at is, do I have a salt problem out there? Is it salt versus sodium? Okay, so if I've got very high sodium levels, well, then that's a sodic soil. If I just am talking about salt, that's a saline soil.
All right, so you got through the chart there and the technical classifications, but here I am talking to the drain tile guy, and the big question people have is, will drain tile just fix this for me?
Well, it's absolutely going to help, and that's the first step. So we get questions all the time about, well, what can I do here? Do I need to have the right variety and all this kind of stuff? Look, that's a Band-Aid approach. So
well, you need that Band-Aid for this year.
Yeah, and maybe you need to raise barley or something like that. Or we were talking about foxtail barley in our last show.
Don't raise that. Don't raise that.
That's going to survive very well in those situations. But here's the whole thing. You've got to start with drainage. Salts, remember, are leachable. So what we want to do ideally is turn this saline soil, we want to turn it into a salt soil and have it leach out. It will absolutely leach out, but it's not going to if you have poor drainage. You've got to get some tile in that ground.
All right, so one of the things that guys like to do is put something that has sulfur in it to try to help leach things.
Yeah, but here's the thing. You may not need anything. The only thing may be drain tile for you. We want to look at your soil test. Here's where I'm going with this. Sometimes I see guys that have 1,000 parts per million of sulfur already sitting there in the soil. Well, what's going to happen with that sulfur? It's going to bind with that saline that's out there. You're going to have all kinds of salt, and it's going to absolutely leach out. You have totally fixed your problem just with drainage. Now, let's say that you have low sulfur levels and you have very high calcium levels. Well, yeah, then in that case, I'm probably just going to throw straight elemental sulfur out there.
All right, so let's say you're talking elemental sulfur. Let's say that you've got a pH of 8, because that could be one of the things that happens here is you get those high salt levels, it could raise pH. Yep. So if you've got a pH of 8, is elemental sulfur the answer to that, or ammonium sulfate or gypsum or something else?
Well, we're worried about the wrong problem. The first problem is you've got to fix the drainage. The second problem is you've got to get rid of your salt. When you do those two things, you're going to find most likely your pH is going to come down naturally. So I'm not worried about any of the rest of the stuff. What I am concerned about is make sure you've got sulfur out there and lots of it to help get any of those salts out of the ground.
All right, now to get things growing in those spots, because here's the problem we see, Brian, is, hey, nothing's growing in those areas except kochia. And now I've got this big Roundup resistant kochia issue out on my farm, or in different parts of the country, maybe a different.
Yeah, but again, we're worried about the result instead of what's the actual problem. Once we identify saline soil, then we've got to look at, hey, do I have enough sulfur out there? If I do, and I've now fixed the drainage, okay, then the next thing is, do I have good calcium levels or not? If I don't have good calcium levels, and let's say I want to get some more sulfur out there, you know what? I might throw some gypsum out there. That might help me in this whole solution. I'll replace some of those salts with calcium, and I'll have sulfur binding with some other things in the soil, some of those salts, that saline that I've got out there, and I'll flush that stuff out. So over time, this is going to fix itself, and then I'm not too worried about all this other stuff. Sure, if you want, you can go throw some straw out there and incorporate that into your soil in the short term. And getting more organic material in that soil can absolutely help. But you know what? We got to get the drainage fixed, and we absolutely do want to get something growing on there as soon as we can.
All right, one other drainage question. We get this a lot. In these problem spots in my field, should my tile lines be closer to the soil surface, and how much narrower should they be?
Well, this is a judgment call. So we see a lot of the saline soils in the Western Corn Belt where we don't get a lot of rainfall. So in that case, when you don't have a lot of rainfall, you might as well have those tile lines pretty shallow, 3 feet deep, something like that. And if you've got a real bad saline spot, for example, then I'm going to put a whole bunch of tile in. I might put it at 15, 20 feet apart. Because a lot of times where we find that high saline areas, they are also very heavy soil. When you have very heavy soil, not a lot of rainfall, you want the tile relatively shallow and relatively close together.
Saline soils can certainly be a big problem because oftentimes in those areas we get little to no yield. And if we can fix those problems and get up to a normal yield level, it can be a huge boost for the whole farm. So follow the strategies that we've talked about today to fix saline soils on your farm.
One of the other things that will help your yield overall on your farm is controlling our weed of the week. Can you identify this week's weed?
Salt-affected soils include both saline and sodic soils.
Humanitarian Soil Scientists support the World Soil Day, 5th of December. International Union of Soil Science, or IUSS, discovered the increasing of soil usage needs and soil erosion across the globe. However, distributing soil knowledge to people in any country is still inadequate. International Union of Soil Science has decided to endorse World Soil Day.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to begin the event properly. Shall we all rise to sing the national anthem? One, two, stop. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We may be seated.
Good morning, everyone. I was hoping to get a response. Maybe I should try again. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. My name is Bethel. I will serve as the mistress of ceremonies. But before we get the program started, it would be so nice that we recognize the very important dignitaries we have in our midst today. From my list here, the foremost of our guests is the Honorable Minister, Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, Dr. Mohammed Mahmoud Abubakar, who is unavoidably absent, but ably represented by another powerful woman. So please join me to welcome Mrs. Funke Bamidele. She is from the Agricultural Lands and Climate Change Services. Can we give her a round? Thank you so much. We also have the Chairman, House of Representatives, Committee on Agricultural Colleges and Institutions, also ably represented by Honorable Mani Ashiru. We're happy to have you. Yes, sir. We also have the Country Manager, Nigeria, Deputy Managing Director, OCP Nigeria, Dr. Caleb Uso. We are expecting him to arrive shortly. We have Mr. Fred Kafiru, Mr. Fred Kafiro is a country representative, Nigeria, Food and Agriculture Organization. We are also expecting him. We have the head of domestic marketing, agronomy, Indorama Elema Fertilizer and Chemicals Limited. He will join us shortly. We have the head of domestic marketing, agronomy. I think he will join us soon. Here with us is the professor of soil science, Department of Soil Science, University of Abuja, who is also deputy chairman, Nigeria Institute of Soil Science Governing Council, Professor J.I.C. Nwaka. Please, let's give them a warm applause. We are welcome, sir. We have Professor Jibrim M. Jibrim. He's the director, Center for Dryland Agriculture, Bayero University. So you are highly welcome. We have the President, Fertilizer Producers and Suppliers Association of Nigeria, PEPSAN. You are welcome, sir. We have the Executive Secretary of the Agricultural Research Council of Nigeria, ARCN, Professor Garba Sharubutu, who is represented here by Dr. Oluwafemi Saloko. Sir, you are welcome. We have the Managing Director, Candle Company Limited, on his way soon to arrive. We also have the Director General, National Agency for Great Green Wall, Dr. Buka Hassan. Thank you so much. We have an Agri Officer, Planning, Research, Extension and Statistics Department, Nigeria Institute of Soil Science, Mr. Sunday Adeaha. You are welcome, sir. I think you should join us on the stage here. Thank you. Again, we have the Chief of Party, Cultivating New Frontiers in Agriculture, USAID, Contractor, Feed the Future, Nigeria, and the Business Investment Activity here with us. Please, can we give them warm applause? It's not easy to be in these positions I'm calling out. We have our dear invited guests again. Apart from those ones I mentioned, these ones are groups under the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development. We also need to recognize them. We have the Director of Farm Input Support Services, please. Engineer Bello Tunde Adebayo. All these are coming down their way. We have the Director of Agricultural Extension, Engineer Kuda Frank Satumari. We also want to recognize the Director of Animal Production and Husbandry, Mrs. Lai Solarin Winifred Ifoma. They promised to be here. They will be here soon. We have okay, we have so many people to join us soon. So as they come, we recognize them. Our partners, our stakeholders, our sponsors, they're all here. Those from the university, our gentlemen of the press, the different newspapers, we all celebrate two people. If we begin to call all the names of people here, time will fail us. But in all, we say a very big thank you to you all for honoring this invitation. So why are we here? We have all gathered here to celebrate this year's World Soil Day because we recognize the critical role soil plays in our very lives. But our presence here is not limited to just recognizing the role soil plays. We are here to advocate the sustainable management of soil resources. And based on those facts, hot soil salinization boosts soil productivity has been carefully chosen to be the theme of this 2021 World Soil Day. And this theme is so fitting and timely, as we shall all see during the expert dialogue. At this point, may we listen to the welcome address by the chairman of this program, Professor G.I.C. Umaka. Sorry, my pardon. Professor G.I.C. Umaka is the Vice Chairman, Nigeria Institute of Soil Science Governing Council. Please, can we give him a warm round of applause? That we invite you to you talk from here. Thank you so much.
His Excellency, the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, the Registrar, Chief Executive Officer, Nigeria Institute of Soil Science, Directors of the Federal and State Ministries, the FAO country representative, representatives of government and non-government organizations, distinguished scholars and guest speakers, President, Soil Science Society of Nigeria, fellows, registered soil scientists, members of the Soil Science Society of Nigeria, associates of Nigeria Institute of Soil Science, staff of Nigeria Institute of Soil Science, men and women of the press, ladies and gentlemen. Please, before I present my address, may I wish you a happy and very Yuletide celebration in advance. For us today, Saturday, the 4th of December, 2021, a celebration of the World Soil Day is heart-gladdening. And to God Almighty, the maker of heaven and earth and all resources within and on it, including the soil we are celebrating today, be the glory. This occasion is marked to take place annually every 5th December. But because this year's 5th of December falls on a Sunday, wisdom and confidence demanded that we hold it today. You are most welcome. I repeat once more, you are most welcome. It is well known that in the year 2002, the International Union of Soil Science, IUSS, made a resolution proposing the 5th of December to be marked as the World Soil Day in order to celebrate the importance of soil as a critical component of the natural system and as a vital contribution of human well-being. In response, the Food and Agricultural Organization, FAO, conference in June 2013 unanimously endorsed the World Soil Day and requested for its official adoption at the 68th United Nations General Assembly. Eventually, in December 2013, the United Nations General Assembly confirmed the resolution, and the first official World Soil Day celebration was held on the 5th December 2014. This year's World Soil Day event has been tagged Hot Soil Salinization Boosts Soil Productivity. Consequently, the celebration seeks to raise the awareness of the importance of maintaining healthy ecosystems and human well-being by addressing the growing challenges in soil management, especially in checking soil salinization. Accordingly, governments, organizations, institutions, communities, and individuals all over the world, especially in Nigeria, our dear country, are encouraged to be committed to proactive improvement of soil health through the control of soil salinization. Ladies and gentlemen, salinization is a deadly disease of the soil as a natural living body, and it demands that the soil should be proactively managed and conserved for sustainable productivity and good health. In order to achieve protective management and conservation of soils in Nigeria in particular, and generally all over the world, and ecosystems, the Nigerian Institute of Soil Science, Niss, is charged with the responsibility of leading the offensive and defensive war against soil salinization. Where are these salinized soils? What are their extents? And what are their causes? This can be achieved through ensuring that soil science practitioners and other users of the soil should uphold the principles and the requirements of soil protection and management in relation to soil salinization. Through advancement of soil and environmental education, science, technology, and the art of soil protection and crop production in collaboration with zonal coordinating research institutes, river basin development authorities, agricultural development agencies, ADPs, in the various states of Nigeria, and other parastatals within the ministries of agriculture and environment, charged with land development and management and crop production. Also through promotion of soil health and quality management and conservation. Through promotion of methods in the fight against soil salinity and secondary salinization in our country, and regulate all issues pertaining to management of soil salinization through education of the public on soil science activities, and cooperate or affiliate with other relevant associations, NGOs, and soil science bodies, locally and internationally. Ladies and gentlemen, there are pertinent questions. What are scientists all over the world and scientists in Nigeria doing to bring solutions to soil salinization? What is Nigeria going to do in this regard? It is on this note that I open the experts dialogue session to let our scientists, researchers, academicians, policymakers, and industrial experts to present the way forward in order to achieve a higher control on the processes of soil salinization, achieve sustainable food production, and soil health. Finally, I urge everyone here present to adhere to experts' recommendations, conclusions, and look forward to contribute positively towards the control of soil salinization and the remediation of salt-affected soils in Nigeria. Once more, you are welcome to this year's World Soil Day celebration events. Happy celebration. God bless you all.
Round of applause for him. Round of applause for him. You can do it better. Thank you very much, Prof, for that eloquent welcome address. Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, it's time to entertain goodwill messages from various distinguished individuals. We're going to call on Honorable Munir Nabajan Ogodi, He is the chairman, House Committee on Agricultural Colleges and Institutions. And I know he's ably represented by Honorable Mani Ashiru. So Honorable Mani Ashiru, you are hereby invited to the podium to deliver a goodwill message.
I'm not you can allow it to say. It's not true.
Taking her.
Thank you very much, sir. In the absence of the honorable member, we're going to proceed to invite Dr. S.K. Srivastava. He's the head of domestic marketing and agronomy, Indorama LMF Fertilizer and Chemicals Limited. Okay, and he's ably represented. Please, the representative should proceed to the podium to deliver the goodwill message. All right. In the absence of him, we're going to invite the Executive Secretary, Agricultural Research Council of Nigeria, ARC, to proceed to the podium to deliver the goodwill message. Thank you very much.
The representative of the Honorable Minister, Chairman, House Committee on Agricultural Institutes and Colleges in Assumption, the Register of the Institute of Soil Society, invited guests on the podium. I am Dr. Oluwafemi Salako. I'm here to represent the Executive Secretary of Agricultural Research Council of Nigeria, Professor Garba Hamidu Sharubutu, who is unavoidably absent, and I will be reading his goodwill message for this occasion. I read, it is my honor and privilege to give these goodwill messages on this occasion of celebrating the 2021 World Soil Day in Nigeria, with the theme, Hot Soil sanitation boost soil productivity. The team is in sync with the vision of the Agricultural Research Council of Nigeria, which is to increase food security and reduce poverty. Soil salinization have threatened food security and farmers' livelihood worldwide. It has been reported that about 900 million hectares of arable lands and about 6% of total land area are affected by salinity. Soil salinization is a major process of land degradation that decreases soil fertility and is a significant component of desertification processes in the world's dry lands. The World Bank reports that soil salinization is caused by inappropriate irrigation practices and it affects about 24% of all irrigated land worldwide. In Africa, salinization accounts for about 50% of irrigated lands. Mismanagement of agricultural lands and other exploitation of water resources in arid climates have been highlighted as some of the major causes of soil salinization. In a recent study, areas with high soil salinization have been reported in parts of northern states of Nigeria, around the areas such as Niger, Plateau, and some Benue, and even FCT and Kwara states. It is of great importance to take a keen look at the problems of salinity, which is caused by diverse factors such as chemicals applied to the soil, fertilizers, pesticides, herbicides, the water used for irrigation, waste from animals such as urine and dungs, and to seek ways of avoiding further threats of salinity on the soil. The greatest danger of salinity on the germination of plant is linked to the reduction in the osmotic potential of the growth medium, especially the iron toxicity and the nutrients insufficiency, which could lead to retarded growth and eventually the destruction of the plants. It is high time every stakeholder explores strategies for enhancing the productivity of saline soils through alternative techniques in irrigation, fertilization, and water management. The cultivation of soil-tolerant species of plants, the combined use of biological and organic as bioorganic amendments with gypsum in ameliorating saline soils. In conclusion, it is imperative that every relevant agricultural institution, especially those of us, those that belong to ART, to belong to ARCN, like it's still opportunities to see to our farmers live above the challenges posed by salt-affected lands through the use of appropriate agricultural technologies to achieve sustainable agricultural systems. Through this one-day expert dialogue on soil salinization, ARCN joins the Nigerian Institute of Soil Science and other relevant organizations to put in place policies, proper management practices, which are also in line with the XDG goals to avoid the threats of salinity in years to come. It is my sincere expectation that at the end of this meeting, resolutions will be reached on halting soil salinization and boosting soil productivity. Thank you for listening.
Round of applause for him. Round of applause for him. Thank you very much, Professor Sharabutu, have been represented. Ladies and gentlemen, the next on our list for the goodwill message is Mr. Dominic Graham. Mr. Graham is the MD and Chief of Party, Cultivating New Frontiers in Agriculture, CNFA, USAID contractor, Feed the Future Nigeria, and Agri-Investment Activity Agent. Mr. Graham, you're welcome to the podium. Round of applause for him as he walks into the podium.
Honored guests, distinguished scholars, speakers, ladies and gentlemen, members of the press corps, good morning. It's a heartfelt pleasure and an honor to join you all here today at the National Nigerian Institute of Soil Sciences to celebrate this year's World Soil Day. I spent my time this week down in Benue State, where many people told me we pull our riches from the ground. Well, You can only pull as many riches from the ground as the ground is able to support. And one of the key determining factors of how productive that land can be is the quality of the soil, salinity of the soil being an element of that. Soil is one of the principal substrata of life on Earth. It's a reservoir for water and nutrients, a medium for the filtration and breakdown of injurious waste, and a participant in the cycling of carbon and other elements of the global ecosystem to which so much attention has recently been given. At a time when agriculture in Nigeria is gaining greater recognition, attracting more investment, and yet also struggling with multiple challenges, I'm delighted to join you here today and help bring greater attention to the importance of a healthy soil and to advocate for the sustainable management of soil resources. The theme of this year's celebration, Halt Soil Salinization, Boost Soil Productivity, highlights the need for us all to strengthen efforts to maintain healthy soils and to address soil salinization. Salt-affected soils remove farmland from production, reduce agricultural productivity. Salt-affected soils also impact water quality, reduce soil biodiversity, contribute to soil erosion, and have a decreased ability to act as a buffer and filter against pollutants. Salt-affected soils reduce the ability of crops to take up water and the availability of micronutrients. So let's take the opportunity of this day to raise awareness of the importance of soil health. A few words on the program with which I'm working here in Nigeria. The USAID Future Nigeria Agribusiness Investment Activity is a USAID-funded program working to strengthen the enabling environment for agribusiness in Nigeria. We have a particular focus on encouraging, promoting, and directing investment, whether that's foreign direct investment, whether that's domestic investment, debt finance, non-debt capital raise efforts, or whatever, into agriculture. But on top of that, we also engage at the policy level. We work with ministries at the federal level, we work with governments at the state level, and we work with regulatory bodies as well, including the National Agricultural Soil Management, yeah, I can't get the name right. Research Council, under MARD. Through those policy efforts, we seek to not only strengthen the business environment for agriculture, but also to build confidence in the industry and for the future. And that confidence can take many forms. Of course, we work on one side with financial regulations, we work with the banking sector, but on the other, on the practical side, you might say, we also engage with fertilizer policies, with seed policies, with soil policies, and similar. And it's only by bringing these things together in concert that we can really see great forward movement in agriculture in the country. The activities currently supporting the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development and the Nigeria Institute of Soil Science to develop the National Agricultural Soil Management Policy, an initiative that I launched with some of you, I think, here today back in March of this year. I hope that when the policy is approved and implemented, it'll provide a more sustainable, low-cost and efficient integrated soil management system for smallholder farmers, compatible with their socioeconomic status, that can help enhance food security in Nigeria. I commend the efforts of the Nigeria Institute of Soil Science, providing a unique platform such as this to foster collaborations and partnerships towards sustainable agricultural development. The activity is always open to collaborations and partnerships that will improve the agribusiness enabling environment and support critical infrastructure provision in the transformation of Nigeria's agricultural sector. I thank you again for the opportunity to join you at this year's World Soil Day celebration and wish you a very successful and fruitful event. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Graham. A round of applause for him once again. Right now, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, permit me the honor to invite the President, Federal Fertilizer Producers and Suppliers Association of Nigeria, ably represented by Mr. Bengon Heyala Takiri. I believe I did justice to that name, but Heyala Takiri. Welcome to the podium, sir.
His Excellency, the Honorable Minister, is ably represented. The Registrar and CEO of Nigeria Institute of Soil Science, Directors, Federal Ministry and State Ministry, the invited guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Bengon Heletekri. I'm representing the Fertilizer Producers and Suppliers Association of Nigeria. The soil beneath us doesn't always get the proper credit it deserves. It supports the lives of a huge number of living organisms and keeps the earth alive. We celebrate World Soil Day because the soil gives this tiny creature a home to whom they lived in turn provide the soil with nutrients. This symbiotic relationship results in a sustainable environment which 7 billion people can call home. Soil salinization, a major soil degradation process threatening ecosystem, and are recognized as being among the most important problems at a global level for agricultural production, food security, and sustainability. Salt-affected soils have serious impact on soil function, such as the decrease in agricultural productivity, water quality, soil biodiversity, and soil erosion. Salt-affected soil have a decreased ability to act as a buffer and filter against pollutants. Salt-affected soil reduce both the ability of crops to take in water, availability of micronutrients. They also concentrate iron that are toxic to plant and may degrade the soil structure. The Fertilizer Producers and Suppliers Association of Nigeria, FEPSA, which is a trade organization that represents the needs and interests of fertilizer manufacturers, blending plants, and their major distributors within the country, and also the farmers. Since 2018, we've been working with Niss in order to develop a crop and site-specific fertilizer blend, especially in Kaduna and Niger State. We've been doing a lot of activity to see that as an industry, we have contributed, or we contribute our quota to a sustainable ecosystem or a friendly ecosystem and an environment in which everybody can live in and call home. On this note, I would like to once again wish us a successful celebration of 2021 International World Soil Day and a happy celebration. Thank you.
Round of applause for him. The next presenter is the head of domestic marketing / agronomy, Indorama LMF Fertilizer and Chemicals Limited, Dr. S.K. Srivastava. Is ably represented by Dr. Oyerinde Titilope Ganiyu. He is the agronomy project.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, for the introduction. As I was introduced, I'm Dr. Oyerinde Ganiyu Titilope. I'm representing the head of marketing of SK Srivastava. I'm starting on the system protocol, but before I will move on, I would like to acknowledge, firstly, my big prof, Professor Chude. He has mentored us, he's still training us, and we are still learning under him. We recognize all his achievements in soil science in Nigeria and also at the institute. Also on the high table, Prof. G.I.C. Mwaka is also my father. I was at Uni Abuja before as a lecturer. So he mentored us, he trained us at the Department of Soil Science. Also, Madam Bamdele also representing the Honorable Minister and all high dignitaries that we have here, both the one we know and the one we don't know. So as I will continue, Indorama, as everybody know, is a global conglomerate of different companies producing different things in petrochemicals and fertilizer. We are present in more than 5 continents across the whole world. We moved into Nigeria in 2016 to start production of urea. And since that time, we have made a positive change in the life of farming communities at the small-scale farmers level in Nigeria. Soil salinity or salinization is a major problem, and the 2 major causes that I will just restrict myself to now, I don't want to get into the trap of the soil chemist. Mainly, maybe natural causes will be due to parent bacteria, and also inefficient nutrient management will also lead to long-term soil salinity problem. At our company, when we enter in 2016, we realized that farmers doesn't know much about how to apply fertilizer. So we know we have to deploy agronomists to the field because the current extension capacity of Nigeria is not enough deployed by the Nigerian government. So we saw that weakness, then we deploy our team to the field to teach farmers on the basic of the 4R nutrient management, which we all know here. You are my fathers in society. So I would not like to go into that detail. So since 2016, we have trained more than 1.2 million farmers in this regard. And we have seen that there is gradual increase, not only due to our effort, but due to general effort of all the team, both in social science, both universities in Nigeria, trying to raise fertilizer use, because fertilizer use determines food security based on our own definition. The more you use fertilizer, the more your crop yield will increase. Although before our farmers used to say our soil is natural, there is no, maybe in the 1960s, when we still have more forest, the soil doesn't need, we don't have to add nutrients like fertilizer. But now, due to continuous cultivation, land degradation, climate change, and other things, the nutrients are depleted. Even the micronutrients that we are saying that we don't lack before, now we are now lacking micronutrients in some patches. So we have to be supplying this thing. But we realize farmers doesn't know. The one that have money, they will buy excess bag. They can buy urea up to like 10, 15 bags and be applying to very small patches, which will lead to salinization later. So we moved into the field, taught them, these are where you apply urea, this is how you apply nitrogen because of the way it's lost in the soil. You have to apply in split application and some other things. And from there, now the record that we have now is that the fertilizer consumption in Nigeria have moved from about 12 kg per hectare that it was in 2015 to now 36 kilogram per hectare. FEPSAN can also testify to that. I know they are ably represented. So I would like to draw the bottom of my presentation here, since it's just a goodwill message, it's not a lecture. So thank you very much for giving us the opportunity. We appreciate it. Our stand is there in case you have any questions.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for him. You can do better than that. Are we tired? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, you know, they said for proper development to be achieved, all hands must be on deck. The technicians, the policymakers, and of course the technocrats have to be together to foster development. In our midst, ladies and gentlemen, there's a policymaker in our midst. That's why I want to beg for the honor to introduce to you and invite to the podium the Honorable Munir Baba Danagodi. He is the Chairman House Committee on Agriculture, Colleges and Institutions, and is ably represented by Honorable Mani Ashuru. Honorable Sir, you're invited to the podium for the goodwill message. A round of applause for him.
Before I go for that, I think there is a kind of a mix-up somewhere. My name is Yusuf Ahmed. Thank you. Permit me to recognize each and everyone here in the capacity that Almighty God placed you
The chairman of this committee is unavoidably absent. He's somewhere in Badeji attending to a similar concern, because the House is so desirous to make sure that we support any act that can feed the nation. Thank you very much. I am delighted to deliver this goodwill message on behalf of the chairman, House Committee on Agric, Colleges and Institutions, which is in person of Honorable Muniru Abba. On this occasion of World Soil Day 2021, under the very good organization of the Soil Institute of Science, with this year terms, hot soil salinizations and both soil productivity. It is our belief that the awareness and the strong sensitization of this year dialogue will further enhance our collective knowledge on the importance of maintaining healthy soil ecosystems. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, soil salinizations has done an immeasurable damage to our ecosystem while grossly depleting our ability to produce food to meet the need of our ever-increasing population. My dear participants, we enjoin you all to further sensitize every stakeholders on the importance of halting soil salinization after this day dialogue. At the House Committee level in the National Assembly, we have maintained a robust relationship with your institute, which is Nigeria Institute of Soil Science, since its establishment, and we shall continue to partner you in actualizing your core mandates and objectives. It is our hope that distinguished guests here present and stakeholders in the general will realize the excess of this global awareness campaign and act duly. On behalf of the House Committee on Agric, Colleges and Institutions, I thank you all for being part of this dialogue and the collective resolve to hold soil salinization, so as to boost the productivity of the soil, which will in turn ensure food security. I appreciate your listening, and God bless you all. Thank you. Thank you very much, Right Honorable. We apologize for that mix. We apologize for not getting the name properly. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's time to listen to the big administrator. At this time, permit me the honor to invite the Honorable Minister, Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, Dr. Mohammed Mahmoud Abubakar. He is ably represented by Mrs. Funke Bamidala. I apologize once again for that. A round of applause as she walks to the podium, ladies and gentlemen.
The Managing Director, Canada Company Limited, Dr. Hassan, Director General, National University for Dr. S.K. Silesa, and Domestic Marketing Manager, Agronomy, Indorama, Fertilizer and Chemical Limited, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, gentlemen of the press, good morning. I am Mrs. Ukeka Mideli, representing the Honorable Minister of Africa and Rural Development, who is unavoidably absent. So I'm reading his address. I am pleased to be with you today to commemorate the 8th World Soil Day. The theme of this year's event, Halt Soil Salinization, Boost Soil Productivity. It is very important to us because of the urgent need to boost agricultural production and ensure food self-sufficiency in the country. In line with the concept of this year World Soil Day theme, we have to halt soil salinization in order to boost the productivity of our soils, especially in the dry regions of Nigeria. Soil salinity refers to the presence of excess soluble salts in the soil. These soils include sodium, magnesium, and calcium. The accumulation of these salts in high concentrations leads to nutrient imbalance, loss of soil fertility, and eventual desertification of arable land when the situations persist. This problem requires urgent attention in order to safeguard the productivity of our soils. We need to embark on sensitization of farmers and other stakeholders and disseminate information on the adverse impact of saline soils on our agriculture and the environment, in addition to promotion of technologies for sustainable management of soil-affected soils. Available statistics indicate that by 2050, about 50% of global soil will be affected by salinization coverage, and that about 19 million hectares of sub-Saharan African soils are already affected by salinity. According to FAO Global Soil Partnership, soil sensitization takes up to 1.5 million hectares of farmland out of the production per year, with our annual loss of agricultural productivity estimated at about $31 million. In view of these alarming statistics, it is necessary to have a clear understanding of the nature and dynamics of soil-affected soils in Nigeria, with particular reference to the process leading to their formation and practical approaches for their reclamation and management. Our agriculture suffers from many limitations. Most of these limitations are environmental in nature, while others are anthropogenic. Major soil concerns, which include soil erosion, salinity, acidity, low soil fertility, desertification, leaching, and fixation of nutrients, are responsible for the declining productivity and degradation of our soils. Our soil scientists need to work closely with other stakeholders to carry out focused research that will address soil-related problems. This opportunity to call on the Nigerian Institute of Soil Science and other stakeholders to promote soil mitigation measures, which should include: 1, sustainable farming system adapted to saline and soil. 3, investment in knowledge gathering and sharing of soil-affected soils. 4, information dissemination on the reflection of destructive practices that can lead to soil salinization and development of early warning systems on the salinity in our soils. sector. We are working hard towards achieving the targets set by Mr. President in this regard. The Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development is addressing the problem faced by our farmers through the provision of credit facilities and production incentives, while creating enabling environment and financing incentives for prospective investment. Interventions and innovations that will boost food production and enhance the livelihood of resource poor smallholders are receiving special attention. The ministry will continue to pursue and easy access to affordable inputs, agricultural mechanization, and extension services in agriculture. The outcome of this realization and boosting much needed productivity for our affected soil. I enjoy this to work closely with our agricultural research institute and universities and take the lead in this respect. I congratulate the Nigerian Institute of Science and Soil Science Society of Nigeria as they take the lead in the celebration of this year World Soil Day. The Nigerian Institute of Soil Science deserve commendation. I wish the institute it is my great honor. I wish you positive outcomes in your education. Thank you all for your attention and happy World Soil Day. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Mrs. for representing the Honorable Minister. We are so much happy to have you here. Can we give another round of applause for her? It is said that what a man can do, a woman can didn't finish it. Thank you so much. We want to entertain ourselves with a short drama. This drama is organized by the staff of Nigeria Institute of Soil Science. But before the drama, please, I'll have to pray our activities. So please. So I will get the stage ready for the drama. Our end. The short drama will be addressing how we can enhance issue productivity. So we know how it goes with videos. The things you will learn from this drama will not leave us in a hurry. So
So what should we play? What should we play?
Please enjoy yourselves.
No, why which video? A video. Also, I don't know so they can get this. Right. You drum category. Yes, I found category. Category. Okay. 2 minutes. Okay, today. Yeah, they don't know. Yeah, one day also. After the drama. Okay, sir. Yes, I did it. That's what
The Honorable Minister, Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, Dr. Mohammed Mahmoud Abubakar, Distinguished Senator Abdullahi Adamu, the Chairman, Senate Committee on Agriculture, Honorable Muri Danagudi, the Chairman, House of Representatives, Committee on Agricultural Colleges and Institutions, Dr. Ernest Omakie, the Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, Professor Garuba Sharubutu, Executive Secretary, Agricultural Research Council of Nigeria, Professor Victor Chude, the Registrar, Nigerian Institute of Soil Science, the Directors of the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, members of the press, my colleagues, and everyone gathered here, we say good morning to you all. My name is Francis Abapong, and I'm a staff of the Nigerian Institute of Soil Science. And we're here to present a drama titled Hot Soil Salinization, Boost Soil Productivity. Promises to be an interesting one, so we say you should sit back, relax, enjoy, and be blessed. Thank you.
Two communities, Aiko and Bandu, are seen on the stage.
My people of Aiko community, don't you know, don't you see that the toad has gone out of the waters? It has gone to the top of the mountains. Don't you see that our land is no longer producing? We've been applying fertilizer for the past 2 seasons. Improved fertilizer, so God, but yet we cannot get the needed yield at all.
As you can see, a farmer is being putting a call through to the Nigerian Institute of Soil Science, requesting for a soil doctor. ICO community has sent for the soil doctor. The soil doctor and his assistant are seen carrying out random soil samples for the soil test.
No community is having the same issue. So that is why we are here.
What do you? We never protected anybody that we see that job. Please, I'm coming to our land. I'm so much like you doing for years. Okay? You know, I like your story. They're the ones that go around to come into standard. Yes. That's the second of back. People stand there and allow.
My people, now from give me my cap, give me my cap. Nice more picking the to Papa. This one wants to turn the barrier to one cup. Which is not possible. You know what baffles me? Then we come to this community. This one will wear the tiger and this coat. Then this one behind come with her. Say she's destroying us and destroying us. What come and teach us what we have been doing for years? My people are going to say, no!
Bantu community chased the cell doctor and his assistants away, despite their offer for help.
Yes. I like to see it. Yes, tell me what on this one. I thought you said the soil doctor is coming.
Yes, he's on his way.
Please let him come on time. He's only holding half now. People of Michael community. You guys will come every time. This is wonderful. Please, what is happening?
As you can see, we are cutting down the grasses and we are burning everything on the farm. Yes, yes, that is what we have been doing from our forefathers. So after burning everything, we sow our seeds. After sowing our seeds, we give what we call clearing. We remove smaller ones and leave the big ones. After that, we apply fertilizer. After application of fertilizer, we give what we call weeding. After weeding, we harvest our produce. After harvesting our produce, we bag our produce.
That is wonderful. That is best. I can see that. I can see that. And what overhead keeps saying, you guys practice this morning. Who they won't push? But they say grass is push. There are some living microbes in the soil.
Speak English. Speak English.
That is another story for that. Okay. Speak for Bible community. Once we finish testing the soil, we went back to the institute. We drew a program that will help improve the productivity of the soil.
This is what we call gypsum. Yes. My house, we apply it on the surface of the soil. But wait first. I can see some salt crystals here. Why don't you remove them from the soil?
Hey. Do you think they are not sent from the gods? He said we should remove them.
My people, this is an indication that there is excess accumulation of salt here, and we need to get them out of.
Okay.
Let's do that. Let's do that. Like I said, I got gypsum is a soil amendment. It can be used to remove the condition, improve the condition of the soil. Please, we can apply it even on the surface of the soil.
Okay.
We can see the soil doctor and his assistant engaging and educating the farmers of ICO community on good agricultural practices.
Hold on. Once we notice that excess salt is present in this land, we brought some seeds, improved seeds that are resistant to what? Salt. They are all salt tolerant seeds. Now,
While the people of Bantu community are seen misappropriating the application of fertilizer.
No.
Free more fertilizer.
Sure. But the excess application of fertilizer is my problem. Do you know excess application of fertilizer can accelerate soil salinization? Are you aware? Accelerate soil salinization. So when we went back to this, based on the area of the land, we measure the fertilizer, and now we are here. We put them here. What?
They measure fertilizer.
I go apply them in here. You see this fertilizer? I'm going to give it. But we place them, we apply them by the side of the seed, what we call side placement. We don't apply them on the surface of the soil like that. Now, this is the plant here. We create a small hole, put some quantity of fertilizer. We close them. We go to the next and do so. Please. Side placement. Yes. Yes. Oh!
I told them not to do all this. How would you show that?
What to plant everywhere to harvest?
I told them not to.
Oh! We know that this land has excess salt. We need to create a pathway for drainage. So the drainage can remove excess salt out of this land. Sir, let the women can go to the answer. Let the men create this pathway. I think oh, you want to samples to collect you tell them the result? Please tell them.
From the result, it also shows that the dam has excess.
Who falls on? Who falls on?
No, not tested water on our way here.
Yes.
Why is it not in use?
Yes. That ball, as you are seeing, is an alternate source of our water supply. If the rainfall is not sufficient, the water in the dam is not sufficient. Alternatively, we use the ball.
Oh! Now that we know the salt content in the dam is too much, please, I will advise you, let's go to using the water. Because when we were going, we tested the water from the borehole, and we noticed that the salt content there is not. The salt content there is not much. So it can be useful for this man.
Okay.
Oh, one more thing. If you need to be regular. Okay. If you don't weed, the weeds will compete with the plants for the available nutrients, and that will reduce the harvest, the yield. Okay. Thank you very much. Well done. Thank you very much. My people. Like, you can see now, we are done. Yes. After applying more than 50,000 like this, that our stored
plan about it. This side. This side. Yeah. I use all my life savings.
This is like I'm yeah, I use 120.
Imagine those people want to materials.
From week 1 to 10, the soil doctor took farmers of ICO community on good agronomical practices. A farmer from ICO community is seen rejoicing over their rapid crop growth, while a farmer from Bandu community is seen lamenting over their poor crop growth.
Hey, what I'm seeing will not be up to one basket of tomatoes. My ego, what is it? Oh, where am I seeing? My in-law. Hey, see, I was on my way to your household. Why is their face like this? One is well. One is not well, no. There's fire on the mountain that I speak to you. Do you know that this family season, something that some other time was given to you? This time I had to double my 700. Mama, what I see there, I'm not sure. People go back. I'm not sure. Mama, what now? Mama, I brought one soil family and the months that happened. You cannot talk about that. You are what people know that these people are to change things from one land outside to another. How do you people accept that kind of? You want them to come and change what we never did. Hey, you said that I don't know what I was saying. You mean your community rejected this one? Rejected it. I'm on my way to that. I want the investor to come and help me have a few days ahead. If you don't have hey, the city that one gave us. We took every program together from the one. If you see our tomato, if we have that like 10 baskets. That is where I'm going to go and
Community ICO and Bandu are seen back on stage. It is time for harvest.
We're giving you something. It's only man that will collect Come now.
Oh, please, sorry, doctor, please. I need you to help us, please. Look at, just imagine, with almost 50 bags of fertilizer. Please, don't go, please, help us. Help us.
If I visit the way you just, I'll just be going.
Flog me, please.
But the boss I work for, it's not that kind of person. It's not that kind of person. My people. Soil salinization refers to the accumulation of excess soluble salt on the surface of the soil. These salts can be salts of calcium, magnesium, sodium, and the rest. Soil salinization is responsible for the degradation of our soil mostly, and is being regarded globally as one of the problems responsible for the decrease in agricultural productivity, soil food security, and also the decrease in the use of our land. Are you like this community? Having a problem with your soil? Then you should contact the Nigerian Institute of Soil Science. But wait a minute. Do you know about the Nigerian Institute of Soil Science? The Nigerian Institute of Soil Science is an agency of the federal government of Nigeria under the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, saddled with the responsibility of regulating the practice and profession of soil science in Nigeria with the aim of increasing agricultural productivity and also ensuring the food security agenda of this government is achieved. In less than 2 years of establishment of the Nigerian Institute of Soil Science, about 264 individuals are members of the Nigerian Institute of Soil Science. They are known as registered soil scientists. And as a registered soil scientists, they are experts in all fields of soil science and provide solutions to problems that face our soil. Are you aware the Nigerian Institute of Soil Science has zonal offices across the 6 geopolitical zones? This is to enable the transfer of knowledge down to the rural farmers. In the southeast, our office is located at the University of Nigeria, Nsukka in Enugu State. In the southwest, we have our office at Institute of Agricultural Research and Training, Bob Plantation, Ibadan. In the south-south, our office is located at the University of Uyo, Akwa Ibom State. Far north, we have an office in the northeast at Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University in Bauchi State. In the northwest, our office is located at Usman Danfodio University, Sokoto. Then in the north central, our office is located at Federal University of Technology, Minna. Do you have any inquiry? Any questions? Then
you can contact us through our website, which is www.niss.gov.ng, or through our email at info@niss.gov.ng. Or you can also call us on 080-3315-4400 or 081-225-15117. Thank you.
Hot soil salinization, good soil productivity.
Round of applause for them. A sounding applause to the drama group. The message is clear. Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, we're going to invite the members of the high table for a group photograph outside. Please, the members of the high table can please proceed to the front for a group photograph briefly.
Yeah, you can join as much as you can.
Dignitaries, please. Our special guests.
Oh. All right, I think it's here.
The expert dialogue now. Professor Oku, please take over. Expert dialogue.
Thank you so much. It is no. Yes. Okay. Haven't enjoyed the dramatization.
Are you ready?
It is time to enjoy the expert dialogue. So appreciate once more why we're here. So to do this, we want to invite Professor Oku to answer that part.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Greta, for that. I just want to go straight and invite the lead speaker. And I want to call on the lead speaker, Professor Mohammed Jibrin. Prof, please, can you be upstanding for very special recognition on this day? So, Prof, please, can you face a... Yeah, thanks. I want to take a very special citation, but a very short one on Professor Jibrin Mohammed Jibrin. Today, we are gathered to celebrate the 2021 World Soil Day. And the lead speaker is no less a personage than an intellectual giant who betracts the broad field of dryland agriculture, and in particular, soil-affected soils and saline agriculture like this. The 2021 World Soil Day theme, halt soil salinization and boost soil productivity. And there couldn't have been a better authority to x-ray this theme than the distinguished Professor Jibrin Mohammed Jibrin of Bayero University, Kano. This man standing before you all is the current director, Center for Dryland Agriculture, Bayero University, Kano. Under his leadership, under his dynamic leadership, the center today enjoys the support of World Bank as a center of excellence. Annually, this center receives and trains postgraduate students from different countries in Africa. It has won over $20 million US through competitive grants for research and development. As a professor, he professes with over 70 articles published in peer-reviewed journals internationally, regionally, and nationally. He is a soil scientist and a fellow of the Soil Science Society of Nigeria. He is a member of Soil Science Society of America. He is also a member of Crop Science Society of America. He is a member of the Technical Advisory Group of DFID-funded linked projects, empowering economic growth in northern Nigeria. He serves as a member of the research panel of experts, acting as an expert backstop in implementation of research action in 5 irrigation schemes under the World Bank trimming project. Professor Jibrin Mohammed Jibrin obtained his doctoral degree at Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, Nigeria. Representative of the Honorable Minister for Agriculture and Rural Development, the chairman and moderator of today's session, the registrar of Niss, and also a member of the United Nations Intergovernmental Technical Panel on Soils, invited guests, President, Soil Science Society of Nigeria, ladies and gentlemen, students present here, gentlemen of the press. Permit me to present to you this academic giant, Professor Jibrin Mohammed Jibrin, who will present to us a lead paper on the theme of the 2021 World Soil Day titled Post-Soil Salinization, Post-Soil Productivity. Please join me and put our hands together as we welcome Professor Jibrin to make this presentation. Can we put our hands better, much better?
The representative of the Honorable Minister, the registrar, Niss, distinguished senior colleagues, students present here, ladies and gentlemen of the press. It is a great honor for me to be invited to make this presentation today. I'm also particularly delighted that there is quite a number of young students invited to participate in this occasion. Even though I didn't hear the MC's welcome or acknowledgement, but I think passing the message to these young people is what will safeguard the future of our soils. For, like one of my former directors said a couple of days during a meeting, that in this journey, some of us are already approaching the departure launch. So the hope for change is with the younger ones. So you are welcome, and I hope you will listen attentively and get the message and participate in changing the narrative of ourselves. I'm going to try to make my presentation along these lines. I will talk generally about sustainable soil management and the attainment of the Millennium Development Goals. Then I will talk about the causes and extent of soil affected soils, how they are managed, some information about soil affected soils in Nigeria, and I will conclude with some few recommendations on what I think we should do to address the problem of salinization. We all know what is happening with the demography of the planet. Within the last 100 years, the rate of population growth is unprecedented. And it is expected at the current rate, the global population will be more than 9 billion people by the year 2050. Which means we have to increase the amount of food we produce in order to sustain this population. For countries like ours, we are a food deficit nation. So globally, what we need is at least 50 to 70% increase in the amount of food being produced so that the 9 billion people can be fed by the year 2050. In a situation where you have food deficit, it means the rate of increase in food production has to be much more than this. And there's no gainsaying that the proper management of the soil is key to improving agricultural productivity. The soil has to be well managed for you to attain full potential for any given area. Soil salinity is increasingly becoming a problem in agricultural lands worldwide. It is the second most serious problem leading to land degradation after erosion. In fact, it causes soil erosion. So with this challenge of feeding ourselves, we need to ensure that our soils are properly managed. The Millennium Development Goals, the 17 goals of the United Nations towards sustainable development will likely be threatened if we allow salinization and soil degradation to continue. Soil salinity simply refers to accumulation of excessive amount of soil salts in the soils and the absorption of sodium, which tends to damage the structure of the soils. So for the students, you have 3 classes of salt-affected soils. You have what we call saline soils, which have excessive amounts of dissolved salts. You have sodic soils, which have high amounts of sodium that bind onto the soil and destroy the structure. You also have soils that have a combination of these 2 properties. So you have a double jeopardy. And soils with these properties affect the soil physical, chemical, and biological properties, and also undermine the ability of the soil to provide its normal ecosystem service functions, such as filtration of pollutants, sequestration of carbon, and so on. Directly, the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals, 6 of the goals, is directly related to maintaining good soil conditions. If we want to attain SDG 2, that is zero hunger, we need to improve the quality of land and soil so that we can achieve food security and improve nutrition. So this is directly related to management of soil. SDG 3, ensuring good health and well-being. Again, the soil, apart from agriculture, it does ecosystem services. All these pollutants and waste and so on are filtered and recycled through the soil. So it means SDG 2 is also directly related to soil. The same thing when you talk of clean water, that is SDG 6. To ensure clean water and sanitation, you need to maintain the quality of the soil. SDG 7, making cities and human settlements inclusive, resilient, and sustainable. They cannot be sustainable if you have degradation. Apart from agriculture, one of the problems of soil salinity, when you destroy structure, when the soil properties are destroyed, even buildings, it can have subsidence because of the poor structure. Even buildings and roads can be damaged. So this is directly related to soil. SDG 12, ensuring sustainable consumption and production patterns through making sure that chemical waste will not make its way into the air, water. Again, this has to do with the ecosystem service functions of the soil. Climate action, soil is probably one of the largest sinks of carbon. So to address issues of climate change, management of the soil is very, very critical. From sequestering carbon to agricultural practices on the soil that reduce methane emissions and so on. Then life on land. In fact, this is obvious. Protecting, restoring, and promoting sustainable use of ecosystems requires proper management of the soil. There are some proverbs that say, once beaten, twice shy. It's more dramatic in local languages. I know you have in different languages. In Hausa, there are such proverbs that when something happens to you once, it shouldn't happen to you twice. If it happens twice or 3 times, then you have become a fool. We have lessons to learn from history when it comes to problems of salinity and salinization. More than 240 years BC, early civilizations around Iraq, in the area called Mesopotamia, thrived on agriculture and eventually had to relocate. The civilization were destroyed there because of problems of soil salinity. This happened between the period 2,400 years to 1,700 years BC. But still, there was a second episode. The first episode happened around southern Iraq. There was a second episode around central Iraq between 1,200 to 900 years BC, even though it wasn't as serious as the first episode. And again, there was a third east of Baghdad after 120 AD. Also, in other parts of the world, ancient civilizations were destroyed because they could not sustain themselves agriculturally as a result of salinization. There was civilization in Sumeria, in the Indus plains of the present Pakistan and India, in Peru, all who had their civilizations, their livelihoods destroyed because they could not manage their soils as a result of wrong practices. So I think the theme of this year's World Soil Day is quite apt. And also the attention is going to bring on the matter for the next 1 year will hopefully ginger governments, institutions, and relevant stakeholders to take the necessary action to ensure that salinization is addressed so that food production can be improved by improving the productivity of soils. So what are the causes of salinization? There are really 2 groups. One are called the natural causes, which can occur anywhere, but are more particularly rampant in arid and semi-arid areas and in coastal swamps. But also they can occur in other places depending on the nature of the parent materials, climate, and so on. There is also what is called secondary salinization or human-induced salinization, and this is as a result of human activities, mainly agricultural practices. We saw the very excellent drama on the use of or misuse of fertilizers. poor drainage on agricultural lands, removal of deep-rooted plants, which hinders infiltration of water that reaches soils, pumping of groundwater, salty groundwater for irrigation, use of salty water, especially in coastal areas, to do irrigation. These are all human activities that tend to salinize soils. About 20 years ago, I was involved in a survey with the Federal Department of Land Resources in Kadawa area, and we took some measurements on soil salinity, solicity, and so on. And also we administered some questionnaires to some farmers to understand some of the practices they were doing. And even at that time, 20 years ago, many of the parts of the lands had patches of salt, patches of areas with solicity, abandoned areas, and so on. One key thing that was obvious to us was that farmers were planting on their field drains all over the place. And their reason was, one, they want to expand the size of their farm, but also if they leave the field drains uncropped, the cattle headers will pass with their cattle, and in the process, they will damage their crops. But then this brought more serious, more long-term problems to the area. So globally, what is the distribution of solar soils? You will see so many different figures. There are varied estimates. For example, Sahab, in the paper published this year, gave an estimate of about 7,300 sorry, that should be million hectares. Because what he gave was there was every day on the average 2,000 hectares were being lost or abandoned as a result of salinization. While Moroto, during the dialogue a few weeks ago, estimated that about 1 million hectares annually were lost to salt accumulation. So you can see even from these two, there are two variations. Sorry. If the first one is 730,000 hectares lost annually. The second one, 1 million hectares lost annually. Moroto estimated a decline of 20 to 40 million hectares annually due to salt accumulation. Zaman et al. In 2018 did some GIS modeling to estimate the extent of solicity and salinity across the globe. And in Africa, the estimate was 209.6 million hectares of saline and solid soils, comprising of 122.9 million hectares of saline and 86.7 million hectares of solid soils. Globally, he gave an estimate of 1.06 billion hectares affected by salinity, with solicity being much more in extent than salinity problem. What are the effects of salinity? I've mentioned the deterioration of soil structure, which leads to compaction, surface crusting, which in turn decreases the hydraulic conductivity, so water does not infiltrate. It results in high pH, especially under sodic or saline sodic conditions. There are nutrient imbalances, so you are going to have deficiencies of nutrients. You are going to have toxicity for nutrients that are very high, very soluble because of the either high pH or because of the dominant salt ions that are present. You have reduction in microbial activity. The salt content will hinder the activities of many beneficial microorganisms, which inhibits the production of beneficial soil enzymes that assist in nutrition. This also hinders the way nutrients is recycling. So when you destroy microorganisms, nutrient recycling becomes problematic. You also have various effects on the plants. The imbalance, of course, the deficiencies, plants cannot take up nutrients, but you also have the direct stress of the soil itself, osmotic stress. You have problems of maintaining homeostasis because of the high amounts of so you have difference in the difficulty in balancing the sodium-potassium ratio in the plant, which affects the cells. And ultimately, you have photosynthesis. So what are the measures for managing the soils? I know the third paper I think is going to talk about management of salt-affected soils, but this summarizes most of the practices in managing salt-affected soils. Mainly the approach is to improve soil structure and soil quality so that you can flush out the salt and improve the quality of the soil. Or on the second hand, you impart tolerance and enhance plant beauty so that yield is not lost. Or much better to combine the two approaches. Improve tolerance and vigor, also improve structure and quality so that you address the problem holistically. And some of the approaches include the traditional methods which we are all used to, identifying tolerant crops, because the crops differ in their ability to tolerate salinity. Usually for electrical conductivity of 0 to 2, most plants will not be affected. But by the time you have from 2 to 5, a lot of plants will start getting their performance affected by the salinity. When you have electrical conductivity of 8 Siemens per meter, almost all crops will be affected negatively by salinity. So in trying to impart tolerance, one, you identify crops that have tolerance for a particular salinity level. Also identify among the crops which varieties are a bit more tolerant. Another thing is to go into afforestation, agroforestry practices. When you have deep-rooted plants, it will improve the leaching of the salts and improve the condition. Of course, use of chemical amendments such as gypsum is very important. Use of organic matter like manure will improve structure. It's very, very important. Farmers in Kadawana use the rice husk with some levels of success in improving the situation. So you use these amendments, leach out the soils, provide drainage, do flushing on the surface if possible to reduce the problem. But there are also some recent practices that can be further explored. One, where possible, the use of vermicompost and earthworms, if they can survive under that situation, will improve the porosity, will improve organic matter and the structure of the soil, and will improve the situation of the saline soil. The same thing with the use of compost, biochar. Recently, some work on electroremediation has been done mostly in the laboratories, in which two electrodes are used with electricity to try to flush out the source. Sometimes some of these things may start like crazy ideas, but over time they may become successful on a large scale. Some years back, when you talk of reverse osmosis to treat saline water from the ocean for overuse, it was like a dream. It was very expensive. But now many countries, especially in Israel and the Middle East, are even doing agriculture through treating seawater by reverse osmosis. So this is another modern approach that is promising. Genetic engineering to impart tolerance, crop selection, and seed priming are other important ways of imparting tolerance. Seed priming aims to increase the vigor of the seed, because one of the major problems with agriculture in saline areas is poor germination of seeds. So there are some seeds, if you soak them in water and dry, they gain better vigor. Or some you soak them in saline solution, or you treat them with some microorganisms, they improve the germination and the early start of the seeds, which helps to mitigate the problems. Also, avoscular mycorrhizal fungi and plant growth promoting bacteria. Many of them can tolerate salinity, also plants in getting nutrient management strategies for salt affected soils. In Nigeria, there are several individual reports on soil salinity and salinity, but mostly they are not collected or coordinated. They are students' work. Some of them also you doubt the science behind the design of the experiments. So presently, there's no comprehensive nationwide attempt at estimating the extent of soil affected soils. Recently, there is a research going on with a team from Bayero University, the National Agency, Nigeria Center for Aerospace Research and Development, and Research. The project is funded by the Trivium Project, Transforming Irrigation Management in Nigeria project. The group has tried to develop salinity and groundwater map of Kano River Irrigation Project area. Also, some work by Kayode et al. In Ogun State use Landsat images and the GIS model on salinity index of southwest and north central parts of Nigeria. This is the output of the work done by the BUK NASDA research team. On the left is the soil salinity map of the entire irrigation scheme. They did a lot of work. They used satellite image processing, but also they did a lot of ground truthing for validation. They sank about 120 piezometric wells where they have been monitoring groundwater levels for the last 3 years. And they came up with this groundwater salinity map and salinity map across the scheme. If you can see, there are some areas with the red here that have serious salinity and salinity issues. Some of the work they did can be accessed at www.buktrimming.com. They made a web GIS map which can be accessed. Then the work by Kayode et al. Also used Landsat, and this is the output from the paper they published. So finally, I will conclude by saying that productivity of agricultural lands must be improved and sustained in order to meet the demands of increasing population. Salt-affected soils are increasingly becoming widespread and threatening agricultural production in areas that were previously prime lands, especially irrigated lands. Urgent action, therefore, needs to be taken to bring out the extent of the problem and to embark on preventive and remedial measures to curtail the problem. My recommendation to this gathering is that, one, there should be accurate assessment, quantification, and mapping of the extent of salt-affected soils in Nigeria. And this should be carried out as a matter of urgency. There's a saying that if you don't know where you're coming from, it doesn't matter. I mean, if you don't know where you're going, you need to know where you're coming from before you decide where you're going. If we don't know the extent of the problem, we cannot address it. So I also suggest Niss should partner with the Federal Department of Agricultural Land and Climate Change Services and other relevant agencies such as FAO and NASDA to develop a framework for carrying out this assessment using modern tools. already, I think, on the global level, everyone started some work with Sudan, particularly as one of the pilot countries. I think it's important to get Nigeria latched onto that initiative. Also, Niss, SSS, and Federal Ministry of Agriculture, extension agencies, and so on need to develop extension messages and sensitize the populace on the threats posed by salt-affected soils and the need for prevention and remediation. Thank you very much.
Can we put our hands together for the lead speaker? Here, please, I want to inform us that is an expert dialogue time, and we'll have the time to dialogue. So we have time that we'll take questions, and then we'll send out the papers so that you can also put down your questions, your comments, we'll take them, and the speakers will respond to them. The registrar too is a backstop in this matter. Of course, we know that at the UN level, he sits in the United Nations Intergovernmental Technical Panel on Soils. So, although he's not a speaker for today, but he's an authority, so he will also be doing some backstopping when it comes to that time. So, I want to introduce to us the second speaker for today's no other person. He is a Professor James Jerry Oba. Prof, please can you not stand in for recognition? So I humbly take a citation of Professor James Jerry Oba, the second speaker, second lecturer for today. The second lecture is titled Digital Modeling of Soil Salinity in Nigeria. This is This is to be taken by an expert with an outstanding and intimidating profile, with very broad training and experience in the fields of agro-meteorology, soil conservation, and water management, geoinformatics, digital soil information system, geostatistics, remote sensing, and mapping. He is the distinguished Professor James Jerry Oba of Nasarawa State University in Nigeria. This is a man who started his research career with the International Crop Research Institute for Semi-Arid Tropics, that is ICRISAT, and is today the President, Association of Deans of Agriculture in Nigerian University. He is also Dean, Faculty of Agriculture, Nasarawa State University. The man before you possesses exceptional ability to initiate, manage, and lead transdisciplinary research, as well as work in multicultural international development environment. He serves as national facilitator and consultant in many national and international funded projects, as the FADAMA 1, FADAMA 2, FADAMA 3, FADAMA 3AF, and the National Program on Food Security, United Nations Development Program, that is UNDP, Millennium Project Village, IITA, ARCN, and FARA. He represents Nigeria at the Global Soil Partnership, African Soil Partnership Training Workshop on Digital Soil Mapping of Soil Organic Matter and Soil Affected Soil. He has flair for persistent academic work and field research work. He possesses very high analytical skills with flair in the use of ArcGIS, QGIS, statistical software as GenStat, SPSS, SAS, and STAR. He sits in the editorial board of many global journals, some as editor-in-chief and others as editorial advisors. He obtained a Bachelor of Agriculture degree from Obafemi Awolowo University. He holds an MSc degree in data simulation modeling from Australia. He also holds a Master of Science degree in agricultural meteorology and simulation modeling from Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. He also holds a doctoral degree in environmental resource management. University. The representative of the Honorable Minister, the chairman of today's occasion, the registrar of Niss, and also member of the UN Intergovernmental Technical Panel on Soils, invited guests, President, Soil Science Society of Nigeria, ladies and gentlemen, our dear students present here, gentlemen of the press, permit me to again invite the second lecturer, Professor James Jacoba, who will present a second lecture titled Digital Modeling of Soil Salinity in Nigeria. Please join me as we all put our hands together.
The Honorable Minister, were represented by my sister, Registrar, senior directors and senior officers of the ministry, representatives of ARCN, my brother, Niss family, and most importantly, the representative of my president, SSSN, and dear Professor Sawa, and everybody, most importantly, my mentor, I hold him a lot when it comes to who I am today, because he single-handedly picked me when I was nobody, and he mentored me to this point. Our father and my father, Professor P.O.G. Please, let's give him a round. In fact, what I'm going to present today is an opportunity he graciously gave me to represent the country in the training and execution of a number of digital projects in Nigeria, and gave so much support for this project and passion, which at the international community, they recognize Nigeria with the doggedness and the seriousness of duty to contribute our quota to global affairs. And I want to tell us that Nigeria is not lacking any one of these assignments. I want to start this. I'll be very fast because I have a number of slides, but I want you to just flow with me. This paper and other papers will be presented properly at other conferences that Niss and Soil Science is going to hold data, because there are a lot of things. And the project, just like my friend, very long time friend, Professor Jibri, very reliable uncle, and very serious academic person, rightly presented, which I'm going to touch one or two on what he said earlier. Only build on some of them. I'll refer to some of them. On the top of the presentation, you see the FAO logo. I use that to honor them because of the commitment of FAO to global issues, especially soil issues, starting from soil organic carbon to soil salinity, now to
soil organic carbon sequestration maps of the world. And a lot of resources and expertise time have been committed to making Nigeria and the rest of the world improve our soil productivity. So today, being the World Soil Day, tomorrow is actually the World Soil Day, but we are doing it today because of the peculiarity of tomorrow. And the DAO is Global Soil Partnership, where Professor Judy is sitting as a chair, one of very important pillars in that organization. And that has brought so much development to Africa and attention to Africa that we have never had before, especially when it comes to global affairs. Next slide. I'm going to show us some of the pictures I'm going to show us here. I took them personally many years ago, maybe 7, 8 years ago in Nigeria. Okay, yeah. This particular slide was taken in Matara Uku, Binawa local government in Jigawa State. Matara Uku, Binawa local government is the last local government in Jigawa State towards Yobe. And as you move towards Kunguru, you will see Matara Uku on the left. It's a village, but this village has been suffering for many years, and I'm sure till now there has not been any attention to them to help them with this salt. Their land is completely salt. Many parts of the year they could not farm because of the salt. So they resulted in mining the salt. And coincidentally, one of the salt tastes like potash. So I tasted it. There is a business for them. They create basin like this, flooding, and after evaporation takes place, hard stone potash comes out from that soil. They are actively doing that. I took this picture personally. And they are actively doing that throughout almost part of that village. The next one was taken in Kadawa, just like Prof said. Kadawa is becoming very, 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 very silent. A lot of basins, a lot of areas in Kadawa is being lost because of this. The next one is, I took it also in Bungudu in Zamfara. This also is a salt affected area. This is, I took this one in Kware irrigation scheme in Sokoto, where I bought, that time you can imagine, I bought a bag of onion because they are planting lots of onion there. I bought a bag of onion there at 4,000 naira. And when I got to Kebbi, they said they cheated me in Sokoto by selling it for 4,000. I eventually bought another one, 3,000 there. In Kebbi. Good days, Nigeria. So this is Nkuru in Boza local government in Kebbi, also seriously affected by salt. This, I took this in Shendang in Plateau State. You can see, I'll see a little younger there. I took this in Shendang, and I took this, of course, in my state, Nasarawa State in Kiana, where salt is being mined. But just like Prof said earlier, a number of attempts have been used to see how we can get the distribution and extent of salinity of soil affected area in Nigeria. And I tell you, all the efforts have been isolated, and most of the time they are either done by student or intervention by the Ministry of Land Resources.
and the results are not collated, I can tell you categorically to do this assignment and many other national assignments, we had a lot of effort collecting this data, especially basic parameters that scientists are supposed to do. One of the recommendations I'm going to be giving later is for us to have a standardized protocol of collecting soil information. Most of our scientists will collect EC, they will not collect ESP. They will collect pH, they will not collect EC. And some of them that were collected, they don't even have methodology of collection. So when you have problem of methodology, harmonization with global data will be difficult because we have to harmonize our data to standardize it with global data because we are developing a global map. So we cannot be using one measurement in Nigeria and the rest of the world are using another measurement. Unfortunately, most of our measure and methodology are not standardized. So we have to resolve in a number of calculations and estimations. So in doing that, we do the concept of digital soil mapping came in, which as a new paradigm in developing a more interactive map rather than single traditional soil map where we have points and drawings that are not interactive with the environment. Of course, we know soil property is dynamic because it's relating with the environment continuously. Soil is relating with the climate, is relating with so many other forming factors which are going to show up continuously. And for us to be able to estimate soil properties adequately, we need to put into considerations those factors. So, like I said, soil as a property is a function of a number of other factors, you know, and for us to be able to estimate the soil properties properly, we need to put into consideration all these functions and integrate them in the estimation of prediction of the soil property. And that is the whole concept of digital soil modeling. The digital soil modeling flow with the soil property overlaid with a number of environmental properties like climate, land cover, digital elevation model ecology. All these are part of the factors that can be fashioned together to produce proper soil properties. This is depicted this way. Now, when we talk about soil affected area, FAO puts it that soil affected area globally is about 1 billion hectares. And these have been emphasized earlier. I won't talk about this anymore. All right, because it's producing very serious negative effect on agricultural productivity. What are the drivers? He also mentioned the drivers earlier. But I'm going to put the drivers into two groups. The first one is environmental, which involve evapotranspiration, you know, and rainfall and all that. The second one has to do with soil water movement, you know, capillarity of the soil. The other external one that we cause from waste deposition on the soil. You know, when we deposit waste, some of the, when it's biodegraded, we produce some chemicals and salt that we affect the soil. And we also have soil amendment. There are different types of amendment that we are putting to the soil, especially adulterated fertilizers that will cause, and overuse and misuse of fertilizer can also cause accumulation of salt in the soil. Another one is volcanic eruption.
reforming deposits. These are natural events that can also make the soil to be saline or sodic or combine the two. So these are drivers. These are drivers of affected soil. And we can be put into primary drivers and secondary drivers. Like I said, the salty parent material, climate, groundwater, seawater, especially for coastal area, wind-blown salt materials and all that. And the human activities, which is secondary, is irrigations and inappropriate fertilizer and the rest. Now, to be able to estimate, like I said, affected soil and classify them, Prof already mentioned that in his paper, where we can classify the soil affected area into saline, into sodic or saline sodic. There are basic properties of classification, which this graph rightly shows to us, where you have the saline soil, the sodic soil, and the saline sodic using electrical conductivity and exchangeable sodium percentage as the basis for classification of this soil. Now, using these soil properties, electrical conductivity, exchangeable sodium, pH, and sodium absorption ratio, SAR, we look at different ratio, different values that can be used to classify saline, sodic, and sodic. This we're going to use later in our model. There are different methods of modeling, of mapping affected soil. We have the data on the driver, and we have the data on the indicators, which we are going to use to classify the soil. Then we have the resources, the mapping method, and we're eventually going to produce a map of the soil affected. One of the major methods that we're going to use for digital soil mapping is remote sensing data. And this remote sensing data will take into consideration a number of these environmental factors. And they are going to be collected in different, using different portions of the EMS, electromagnetic spectrum. The ones that we're going to use are the visible spectrum, in the blue band, the green band, and the red band. All these data can be gotten from different instruments, either from Landsat or for any one of these, and we have to get all this data downloaded and integrated. Those ones from the infrared, shortwave, and are also going to be downloaded. And we're going to see those properties, a lot of them that we're going to use as predictors or as covariates for our salt affected map. And I made a list of a number of them. I made a list of a number of those remote sense data that are used in salt affected, to map salt affected area. And all these data were used to predict as covariate for the salt data that we use, pH, EC, and ESP. This is the soil indicator for the world, as published in 2011 by FAO, by these people. And they try to have the indication. A lot of these have changed after this map. Now, this is an enhanced indicator approach for developing information of soil affected area using the EC, pH, and ESP, and harmonizing the depths, the 0 to 30 and 30 to 100. And that is what actually So for Nigeria, these were our input data for predicting, trying to look at the distribution and extent of salinity in Nigeria. And we were able to get some data from profile data of 0 to 100, and for EC, for pH, for ESP, and the rest. And these data were harmonized, which I'm going to show you later, combined with remote sense data for climate, land use, soil map, DEM, and all other geology and all the hydrology were all collected together and were able to harmonize them. But to use this, there's need for harmonization. And the harmonization process requires all the different measurements of these parameters to be put into a global framework whereby whatever correction, because we assume that some use some extraction, some use different extraction. So based on some of sketchy information we were able to get, we were able to do some harmonization of this parameter. And that actually, to a large extent, affected some of the results. And that's going to require. So this is harmonization process using multiplying factor to harmonize using different soil extraction matrix ratio and using different based on different references. But for those of us that have problem of we don't even know which one we are using for the extraction, FAO had this modification for us where we can use soil texture to harmonize our data, and basically this is what we use in Nigeria. These are the tools that were used for the modeling, RStudio, and different tools, packages there were used. Soil assessment was this developed by Umutu Chris, and a number of them were combined for different input, different activities. For harmonization, these were used. For spatial modeling, these were used. For classification of soil problems, this package was used. And this is one of the benefits of R. R can use more than 10,000, 20,000 packages are there, and still counting. There's no limit to what capacity of analysis you can use in our environment. So these are the tools that were used, QGIS and all these new ways that we all use in the modeling. Yeah, just try to show the power of R. And I said more than 10,000 packages are in R. More than 10,000. It's still building up. More people, if you have a program to solve any problem, you can still link it to R. Anybody can develop program and standardize and link it and solve the problem and link it to R. This is the RStudio environment use. These are the predictors that were classified using the remote sense data, and some of them are national maps, national soil information that we have. This is harmonization of the predictors. You know, we have so many predictors, so many covariants. We have to do what we call collinearity tests, removing collinearity using principal component analysis, so that we can only use covariants that contribute to the IS, that contribute the IS to the parameter that we are measuring. And that is the reason why we have to use principal component analysis to do that. From the results, these are our live results from Nigeria. This is our boundary. This is the histogram of the frequency, the distribution of the data that we use. This one, I think, is for pH. This is for, I'm not saying where, ESP, and I think this is for EC. These are the boundary. Anything outside this boundary, the program will omit them because they are almost going to the extreme. All right. Now, after running several models, this is the variogram model, the fitted model for each one of the parameters. We have for EC, for pH, and also for ESP. This is the fitted model, variogram model that we are able to produce for Nigeria, for the data set. Now, this is uncertainty maps for each one of them to tell us how reliable our prediction is. And this is the one-to-one plot of the prediction. You can see it is almost as outside 1 or 2 points. This for electrical conductivity is almost 98% accuracy, in for the prediction. And if you look at, I think this should be pH or ESP, because I'm not seeing where. But apart from 1 or 2 points that is outside that straight line, you will see that for the 3 parameters, there is none of them that was less than 95% in the accuracy prediction. Now, I want to show us the map that we produced from the exercise. And like I said, it's a work in progress. We are able to get for, okay, I'm presenting for 30 to 100 centimeter. You can see that based on our previous map that we already have, you see all the southern states, even up to the middle belt. But the interesting thing now is that Sokoto area is developing an acidity because it's having low pH. It's developing low acidity, while areas from Kano, some part of Kaduna, maybe because of Kadawa and the rest that are there, northeast are having and developing high pH, which is likely tending towards salinity. But the south is tending towards acidity, while part of the middle belt to northwest and northeast is turning saline. All right, this is the uncertainty map of that. This is the, you see, this red show low. Most of our prediction is high. The certainty is high. That is why you see most of them are red, because our prediction is good. Now, I want to show us the ESP. ESP also show an interesting trend, which also follow. We can see that we're having high ESP around Mambila area and central. But also to also collaborate what Prof presented with the Southwest, is also developing saline situation and is getting interesting from the work of, I think, Kyle et al. That Professor Jibrin presented. Southwest that we don't know to be having salinity is also developing salinity. Now, this is the prediction certainty map. Now, this is EC.
also keep stress for the one that cannot be tolerant to the soil and the diet. And that is the pathway to sustainable development. For us to solve this problem, to stop the wrong work, because it's the wrong work, then what do we need to do? The two professors have talked about agroforestry. Agroforestry will not only remediate or reduce salinity nature of the soil, but will contribute to the climate modulation strategy while in turn regulating the environmental activities. Application of compost. Compost also is a powerful tool to remediate the impact of salinization in soil. Biochar technology, which we will explain later, is also a great technology that can be used to remediate soil toxicity. Leaching of the soil is also critical for us to reduce the soil toxicity in the soil. Surface flushing is also critical for us to reduce the toxic nature of the soil content in the soil. Application of fertilizer at the right dose at the right time is also important for us to reduce the salinity in the soil. So if we look at a management system that can be adapted to solve the global salinity problem, because we are looking for a way we can go sustainable, and sustainability is the key word for the future generations unborn, for them to enjoy what we have enjoyed today. So I'll stress on agroforestry here. I'm going to stress on genetic engineering. Genetic engineering is a key tool to combat salinization, because you move into the lab, you change the sequence of the DNA of the plant, infuse what you don't want, infuse what you want, remove what you don't want from the DNA, and recombine it and send it to the lab and grow it back to the field. By so doing, we will have a good number of crops that will withstand the drought, that will withstand the toxic salinity in global soils, and thereby moving towards the direction of sustainability that we are driving at. For you to go sustainable in terms of salinity management, you need to have a key knowledge of the crop you're planting. There are crops that are toxic, that can resist toxicity to a certain limit of the toxicity nature in the soil. So the knowledge of these crops will guide you so that if you are going on a program for you to cultivate on the soil or land, then you really know what kind of crop you need to plant and what crop you need not plant in such an environment. Why the concept of sustainability? Why do we need sustainability? With the concept of sustainability, sustainable development, agricultural food practices and environmental management should encompass a conservation and restoration strategies. The efficient use of natural resources and steps food production to satisfy the needs of both present and future generations. So the key what you have there is that if you take care of the environment, agroforestry, organic amendments, you control your source of irrigation water, you drain land that is locked so that it doesn't form salt, you will have a sustainable agriculture. And sustainable agriculture will give increased standard of living, will bring in exports, will be able to export and get money. The farmer will be able to smile and have enough food. And the overall benefits is that there will be something, the soil will be left conserved for the people that have not yet come to this point, which definitely will come. So to look at a practical remediation, Professor Habadi in Jogato University in Tunisia, and in collaboration with him, X-ray a remediation strategy using leaching, soil types, sandstone clay, were coated with mud, and salinity of sodium chloride was induced in the mixture, and leaching procedure using a distill and a pure water was carried out. So at the end of the experiment, we observed that the leaching process really helped to desalinize or cut down the increased trait in the salinity content in the soil that was extracted. And this shows the output results of the experimentation. And also to practically look at measures to cut down salinity in Africa and also in Nigeria. A study was conducted in Abuja using the University of Abuja and a ground for that study, where 20 experimental stations were X-ray, samples were taken to the laboratory to analyze for the EC of the soil and the physical properties of the soil. So the soil was found to be moderately to some point where high in the electrical conductivity, which is the salinity of the soil. So to target that, about technology, using 70 grams of voucher because it was a laboratory simulation experiment. So it was applied again, and also leaching was applied. The leaching was applied so that we can compare results with what Prof. Abadi did in Tunisia. So the result shows productive ability of this remediation program to be able to cut down the salinity content of the soil. So then a projection was done, assuming the environment or the point where the experiment was done was not remediated, or there was no remediation program carried out in that location, which is the amount of soil that was induced into the cycle. So this is the case. Then in 3 years' time, with the frequency in climate change, with the frequency in environmental destruction, with the frequency in human attitude towards the management of the natural resources which nature plays, we will have this. And at this point, you see the number of vegetation here has been reduced, and this is moving towards desertification. It means the crop production there will go down. It means the animal feeding there will go down. It means the human survival there will be hampered, will be tolerated, because you will have less plant to plant, and you will have less crop to eat, and you will have a toxic environment that cannot stand the test of sustainability that we talk about. So the study was done as a 20 experimental station. It was done in a stratified way. So it was segmented into 4 strata, and this is what the strata 3 gives, and this is the endpoint of if its remediation is not taken, and it's left to run the way it is for 3 years. So that is really a far cry, and thank God something was done to remediate that. This result outputs here is also a chart that was developed there that gives the efficacy or the ability or the potentials of the remediation program and in the biochar technology, and also the leaching using distilled and pure water to cut down the salinity contents of that soil. So this map here, we have talked about it more and more. Just giving the index of what salinity looks like in Africa and every part of the world in millions per hectare. So it's everywhere. And also a Nigerian map was looked into. We know that there's salinity builds up in the delta, builds up in the places around the coastal region because of the influx of soil water from the sea, from the river, and from the ocean. So this is the result outputs that we get from extracting that. Just look at Nigerian map, and we look at the landside platform. Then we downloaded some data from there, and we compare with existing work to see what the country would look like, because the experiment we did is for one region. So what Niss is doing And this has gone for Alice's mounted programs on fighting problematic soils in Nigeria. We have done so many works, remediating, educating, enlightening, advising, and so much has been done on that angle. Now, what can we do to remediate the increased frequency in soil salinity in Africa or in the global scene? So adequate water management by irrigation and drainage, adapt to the changes in the climate, apply the right soil fertilizer material to the right dose to the right soil, and that can only be achieved through soil testing program that was demonstrated in the drum. And also grow soil tolerant crops. The knowledge of groundwater depth is also important so that it doesn't bring up the salinity in the down profile to the up zone that is within the plant root bridge. And evaluate soil physical and chemical parameters. So ethical release of industrial waste through consideration of environmental protection policies is also important so that we do not just work like that without putting laws that have been in place on ground. So the policy, I'm just going to summarize that, the policy guidelines that we could adapt so that we cut down the salinity of nature in our zone. We need to test the ecological monitoring. GIS, the last speaker talked about GIS, the importance of GIS. So we apply remote sensing and other real-time precision tools that can be used for hazard mapping and can also be used for productivity scoring of what is going on in the environment. So increase evaluation of socioeconomic issues with detailed analysis of causal relationship between natural and agricultural factors is also important. Sustainable management of soil is important, like application of fertilizer, amendment, voucher, organic manure, agroforestry, reforestation, afforestation is also important so that we can have sustainable soil to feed and to live with. So conclusion, it is imperative that every part of the land must be used in accordance with the best purpose and with the best conservation, dealing with the adaptive, visible, and sustainable techniques. We need to use land according to what the land has been planned to use. That calls for the need for land planning, which is critical for soil usage for a specific purpose. So, integrated and sustainable strategy is critical in order to close the gap in the wide range of soil salinity, which has been reported globally. And it is also a key in attaining some of the major SDG, SDG 3, zero hunger, SDG 8, decent work, and economic growth, SDG 15, life on land. So it is critical that soil regulation policies be adhered to, and which is the key to realize the nation's environmental, climatic, including agricultural prosperity, while boosting the global image of the country as a great African face, which it has been for long. And going integrated will not only revive the dying state of global environment, but may also result in better agricultural outputs, increased human and animal nutrition, boost in national and international relations, including being a guiding factor for economic development. Thank you so much for this. Can we put our hands together So we go straight to the question and answer session. It is the dialogue, and dialogue is 2 minutes. So we're taking the presentations from the lead speaker, invited paper 1, invited paper 2. And so we want to go into the question and answer session. Please, when you take the mic, tell us your name and then your organization or institution, and then you go straight to the question. Please do not give another lecture before the question. Just go straight to the question. We try to redeem time. And we'll also plead that you cannot also give out some piece of papers and also write their details, their name, organization, and also write their comments or questions, and then the speakers will pass them to the speakers, and then they will address them all. Anyone that has to do with policy issue, the registrar and chief executive officer of Niss is here to address. The vice chairman of council of Niss is also here. The vice president of Soil Science Society of Nigeria, all here. So we are complete here. The policy makers, the representative of the minister is here. So it's a complete house. So the floor is open for questions and comments, but not another lecture, please. So just put up your hands and the mic will come to you, the paper will come to you. Yes, please. Please don't mind that. Yeah, please also give him a piece of paper to put down the questions. So we want to have all the questions, all the comments properly documented. So we'll take 6 at a go, and then the presenters will respond, and then we'll go for another round. So that is number 1. Any other? Number 2. Any? Okay, we have 2 for now. So please go on.
Thank you, the organizers. Thank you, the presenters. Individuals, thanking you again, the presenters, for wonderful display. What day is what soil stabilization and good soil productivity. And I want to just add, I'm Dr. Chris from Imo State University, certified environmental specialist. I just want to draw my vision on the last presentation. I'm trying to know if we have large area in Nigeria that is affected by salt, that is urbanization. If you have any advice that is salt tolerant crops that we have developed, that is, I'm trying to ask if you have a new dimension or a new adaptive method. Thank you, sir.
That is one thing. Number 7.
That employed laborers are told to be pouring water to press this water. As I want water. So the laborers are pouring water. All of a sudden, when the rice want to the rice water, because of too much water, is a fundamental problem. At the depth of so they are largely worried. So they have to invest in them. So they talked about agriculture. Okay, you didn't come out of this. So we went to the field and saw the damage. What happened? When we saw profiles in those places, we saw that at the depth of 2 meters, there was a layer of salt. So because of boiling water, the water reached the zone of this and then dissolved the soil from this of the law of so the water from the area of the high concentration to destroyed hectares. So it was a lesson for those of us who are doing this. Please, before you carry out irrigation, blow the soil.
Yeah, thank you for that. Any opinion? Okay. Number 4.
What type of soil is mostly affected?
Okay, great. We are okay. Okay, the last one, then we go for the response. So taking 6 while we allow the next round of we'll come back. While we allow the other participants to continue to ruminate over the presentation. And I want to say that the questions are not directed to a particular speaker. When policy dialogue, expert policy dialogue meeting. And so it is a dialogue. As a moderator of this session, I will call on the senior professors to take turn. Professor Jibrin Mohammed Jibrin, he superintends over the Center for Primary Agriculture. Aside from seeing it all, he has a vast experience, ground experience, walking around Africa on these issue properties.
First person asked if there are large areas with salinity issues. I think from the presentation that's not the question. That's a very the example although recently there's work going on so I would say there are possible areas not very large, so I don't know that areas. Secondly, there are strategic cross. I know for rice, that's where I am. Usually at issue of 3, rice at best level. The student, somebody asked, can soil cause salinization? Yes. They can be mined and used not for consumption, it's very important. But there are other uses like even animals can eat as well. Another one asked if there is birds. There are no serious also because of some of the nutrient imbalance, where it's from the nutrition what you get from the environment. I don't think so apart from that, okay, so we're as long as I'm science. See, patches, sweat. If you have sensitivity, you see spark organic matter, you see brownish organic matter also. So there's a visible
No water. Can I take it?
Yeah, yeah, please, we are still taking the questions. Just put it down and then we pass them to the experts and the presenters will address them. Please, if you have a question, just like you are written down the question, please let your name and your institution be there. Just lift it up and we'll pick it up from there. Here I want to invite Colin better. Please, can you come and for the next presentation?
Very much, Professor. So beautiful. We are almost come to the end of this celebration. But we have a young Nigerian. He's Asawalam. He has a plan for us on how to hot soil sanitation. So, please, Asawalam, is she ready? Okay. It's coming out the stage. Yes. Thank you for coming. I appreciate that. That's the youngest person.
Everyone. My name is Choma Asawala. I'm going to say a word on social organization to self-productivity. Health, Mother Earth becomes to mankind. Valleys and mountains, household organization, boost soil productivity, rise. Application of excess fertilizer being washed off into the sea, and all of the activities of man, climate change and irrigation water quality, lowering plant nutrients obtained from the soil, letting go of plant available water needed for mankind and animals. Just treat my waters, apply the right fertilizers, price the plant, test and give good opportunity to crops that are soil tolerant. Household organization, soil productivity. Thank you.
This one is proposed by the board member from the Nigerian Institute of Soil Science, of course, and the IT students. So, put your hands together for them.
Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable Minister, Dr. Mohammed Bakar, distinguished Senator Lai Adam, Chairman, Senate Committee on Agriculture, Honorable Munir Alabudi, Chairman, House of Representatives, Committee on Agricultural Colleges and Administration, Dr. N.S. Umaki, Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, Professor Garba Shaributu, Executive Secretary, Federal Research Council of Nigeria, Professor Victor Shuri, Registrar, Nigeria Institute of Soil Science, Directors of the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, be the National Youth Service Corps, Industrial Training Staff, Nigeria Institute of Soil Science, are here to present the short form of soil science. Thank you.
Soil. Soil is like
Use the mic.
soil. We are children of soil. Soil is life ever. It's the bedrock of creation, intentionally included in green vegetation, having its roots very deep within, strong enough to stand erosion.
So yes, soil is our friend. We are children of soil. It is the landing bed for everything under gravity. The formative units of existence and fertility, with all elements working together, the union of nature, joy, and satisfaction. Indeed, soil is our friend. We are children of soil.
Yes, you're my friend. We are all my children. My cycle functions with no mystery, just like the organs in my body that works together. But I no longer have confidence. Here's my number.
2.5 billion parts in me are infected by the salmonellation virus. Oh, what a shame. When 150 million are already damaged, what do you think is left of me? When even 190 million are already lost, have you seen the white crystals on me?
It weakens me. It drains my soul, shrinking my beauty. It takes away my microbes and oh, I am dying of thirst. All this I put on the hydration, but nature I do not expect. But man whom I rely on, fix me with brackish water and with a poor drainage system allow me. Oh, I have lost a friend. I'm a parent who is.
Say I'm a friend. But why? I don't feel you with something around. Why should I get wrong? Why do you this? I would prefer to invest in red water. It's not too much.
God is our friend. We are children of soil. We are soil, mother soil. Taking out even the crystals of your face. Save me by multitude against hunger grace. Oh, sweet mother soil, forgive us for ignoring your invitation by the misguided fertilizer application of moisture conservation. We therefore pledge to up soil sanitation now and do soil productivity.
This slide is well composed. So much. Yes, the program has almost come to the end, but we have lots of events delivered by Professor EKG, EARGs. EARG is the President, Soil Science Center of Nigeria, but is ably represented by the Vice President, Soil Science Center of Nigeria. Please let's welcome Professor Damian Asabala from Michael.
Switch out the location. Next, we're back to agriculture. Just so the representative, Mrs. Funke, please bring me to stand on the already established protocol and give this vote of thanks on behalf of Professor B.A. Rajin, the President of Soil Science Society of Nigeria, whose big hat I am wearing this afternoon, whose big shoes I am also wearing. The theme of this year's World Soil Day is called Soil Salinization, Boost Soil Productivity. And it seeks to highlight the enormous role soil plays in attaining food security, as well as raise awareness of the importance of maintaining healthy ecosystem and human well-being by addressing the raising challenges of soil management, fighting soil salinization, increasing soil awareness, and encouraging governments, organizations, communities, and individuals around the world to commit proactively in improving soil health. I am most delighted and humbled for the opportunity to deliver this vote of thanks on behalf of the Soil Science Society of Nigeria and the entire staff and management of the Nigeria Institute of Soil Science. Starting with the good work, create awareness of issues surrounding soil salinization and its role in the achievement of food and nutrition security, to the intelligent dialogue between our esteemed speakers and participants, will agree with me that this indeed
has been a power-packed session. Interestingly, the drama and the poems were a beautiful twist to the entire event to make us relax, giving us free dialogue on pressing issues affecting the Nigerian agricultural sector. I'd like to express our profound gratitude to the special dignitaries who made time out of their very busy schedule to grace this occasion. In no particular order, the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development, the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, country representative to Nigeria, the Vice President, Nigeria, of the Governing Council of Nigeria Institute of Soil Science, Distinguished Senator Abdullahi Adamu, Honorable Muni Baba Delakundi, Chairman House Committee on Agriculture, Colleges and Institutions, Dr. Buka Hassan, Director General, National Agency for the Great Green Wall, and directors from the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, Professor Jibrin, Director Center for Dryland Agriculture, Bayero University, Kano, Professor James Jayoba, the Dean, Faculty of Agriculture, Nasarawa State University, Mr. Sunday Adiaha, the Nigerian Institute of Soil Science. Thank you all for coming and thank you all for making this day a very memorable one. To our sponsors, the management of OCE Nigeria, the National Agency for the Great Green Wall, Indorama, Element Fertilizer and Chemical Limited, Candel Company Limited, and the Fertilizer Producers and Suppliers Association of Nigeria, who have shown commitment to ensuring that Nigeria is consistently on the path to making safe and nutritious food available and accessible for all her citizens. We are most grateful. Without you, this event would not have seen the light of the day. To the moderator, thank you immensely for making this event enjoyable. To the actors behind the scene, particularly the registrar, CEO of Niss, Professor and the staff of the Nigerian Institute of Soil Science. Indeed, the past week have been intense, combining preparations for this event with other official activities. It has not been easy. I acknowledge all the contributions and thank you all graciously for working with the management.
I have to show. You have to show that they're here. Hold this.
To ensure memorable event, I look forward to doing this again with you all in 2022. I won't conclude without lending my voice to creating awareness on the challenge of soil salinity as a major threat to soil productivity across the world. Let us work collectively as actors and educators in ensuring our soils are properly managed in order to bequeath a healthy and productive soil to the next generation. I wish everyone safe journey back to their destinations. Thank you all once again for coming, and God bless.
Sit. Oh, is it present? Sit down, we're almost done.
I think I'm not enough. I think I can talk. Can you hear me from behind?
They didn't even plug our mic.
Hello,
What I didn't plug, I use like it as that.
we have a good news to share before you eat. And after that, we want to announce that Nigeria Institute of Soil Science won 2021 World Soil Day Award. Competition.
Plug it.
And we won it. Precisely, Nigerian Institute of Soil Science. That's a global award. Can we applaud Nigerian Institute of Soil Science for doing a wonderful job? Thank you so much. Now, 2 seconds.
Sorry.
Yes, please. Where's the screen?
If you want. Only one person, the rest don't let's go. Before I out. We cannot zoom in. Yeah. Wait. Start at the beginning.
For the champions, stand up, stand up, stand up. For the champions, stand up. For the champions, stand up, stand up. Stand up, for the champions, stand Here we go, it's getting close. Now it's just who wants it most. It's just like that's how it is. Cause we have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, can't you see? I'm on the move, make way for me. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up. For the champions, for the champions, stand up. Stand up, stand up. For the champions, stand up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself up. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions.
And we look forward to winning the 2022 Global Award. Please, because we're not allowed to eat here, the eating pavilion is out there, so please think in the queue. We can just go get our lunch and we go for today. Wishing you all safely back. This way, please.
Sorry, wait, let's take national anthem. National anthem.
Please, we are taking the national anthem. Can we be upstanding for national anthem? Control room, are we ready? Okay, let's give the control room. Okay, at the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, go.